This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
exciting final round coverage starting now, which there's a log jam at 7 under, which is just 3 shots behind the leader, leader being Jamal Hussain. So some exciting golf coming up, Aditya. Looking forward to seeing the chasers chasing down Jamal today, and Jamal holding his ground. Well, sunny day, 27 degrees. It's going to heat up to the latter half of the round. Not much of a breeze right now. Whatever there is from the east. And pin positions, challenging as usual. Humidity very low. Ball's going to travel a bit further. So I think the leaders need to come out, the chasers need to come out hot. And Jamal needs to hold his ground, play like he's played, being patient. He showed a lot of patience yesterday in that round, in his round. Didn't get flustered at all. Well, what is calm conditions, relatively easy pin position on number 1 compared to what it was yesterday. It's in the middle right. So we hopefully see a few more birdies on number 1 today than we saw yesterday.
Good morning, one and all. Welcome to the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023, hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club. Well, I'm sure we are in for a very exciting day coming up, as the hurdle up at position number tied 3 is shared by 3 people, Arjun, Harinder and Kapil. Harinder being the main torchbearer for the local charge. And the sole second position is with Karn Pratap at 8 under par. A phenomenal 4 under par round yesterday has brought him up to 2 shots close to the leader. Zamal in himself shot a 3 under par to stay clear of the chasing pack. Would be a very exciting day, as this round 4 is open for grabs and the show is started. As you can see on the screens, you have Sachin Basoya from Delhi just waiting up to tee it up on the first hole and begin his charge towards what could be title number 2 in his professional career.
He's shown good form this year, so he's. I'm pretty confident he's going to be right up there towards the end. But at 3 under, it's Jamal is not going to give up so much. So he needs to go really low to have any realistic chance of winning this title. And this is the 8:10 tee time. On the tee, Sachin Basoya.
Seems to be a
One-handed it, but you never know these days. One-hand shots sometimes go straighter than 2 hands.
with the talent these guys have, I'm sure that's maybe in the first cut, if not on the right hand side of the fairway. There you have Sanjeev showing us what he did exactly yesterday, not pegging it up, just going for a low bullet off the fairway to get the round started. Interesting choice, as it does help a player move the ball a little left to right, and so is the shot shape of this hole.
Yeah, it's everybody has its comfort zones. You saw that he might have leaked it a bit to the right. A little tentative.
I guess a little bit of nerves on the first hole for the players starting up.
And this man has no nerves. He's going to go for it, Marimuthu. He is the most freewheeling golfer of the golf club.
That is true. I think the algorithm in a system is see the flag, get a club, attack the flag. Immaterial way you put it.
Yeah, looks good. Good balance there.
Seems to have striped it down the middle.
And they're hitting it into the sun, so even they don't have a really good view of.
it becomes
Yeah.
difficult to catch the ball mid-flight.
So this is the 8:10 tea time. We've got the round underway. Our next group at 8:20 will be Akshay, Sharma, Kevin, Steve, and Angachima. Well, Kevin's one of our foreign entrants from Andorra, which is a small, for those who don't know, it's a small country in Europe. It's a duty-free zone. That's all I know about it so far. Well, it's good to see foreigners coming down to India. It's been the other way around in the past.
Yeah, it's been a very big international field in the 2023 season. So is the case in this tournament. We have Zamal, an international player from Bangladesh, who's leading the charge of this tournament, and Kevin, another international player amongst us, which includes quite a few other in the ranks. Another person from Bangladesh is Muhammad Akbar Hussain. Then we have Varun Chopra from America, and we also have a Canadian citizen, one of the youngest players playing this field, Sukrat Singh Gill.
Yeah. So this is the group on the first green, group of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, our defending champion, along with Tapi Guy and Mohammad Sanju. So Yuvraj looking to get to a quick start.
Yeah, I had a word with Yuvraj yesterday after his round, and he was saying that there's still a bit of a niggle in his shoulder, which is not letting him freewheel the club like he used to. And he's comfortable, and we all are known to see him be a very, very fluid golf swing, which he has.
Well, injuries are such that they don't allow you. They change movement patterns. Because
Agreed.
movement is from your joints, and if your joint has a niggle in it, it's not going to allow you to move the way you want to move it. And then, as a result, you change your once your movement patterns change, your timing changes, your shot pattern changes, your feel changes, everything changes. So, it's easier said. For those who are viewing and don't know that, how does it matter if it's hurting a bit? It does matter because this is a precision sport when you play professional golf, and just because you're injured, not the others are not going to play badly for you. You need to play your A game if you want to win.
Agreed. On a lighter note, that abbreviated follow through from Sachin has ended up in the middle of the fairway. So
Hideki Matsuyama did.
Yeah, he just foxed us all, and even the ball for that matter.
He likes to move it right to left, and it's not the most comfortable tee shot for him as far as his eyes are concerned. So I can understand him, being a little uncomfortable on that first tee box.
Yes, I can understand that. Having played professional golf for over a decade now, no matter who you are, the first hole and nerves are always there. There's slightly, people have it in different percentages, but yes, you are always a little tentative getting off the blocks, especially on the first hole tee shots. And in a case like Chandigarh Golf Club, which asks for a prime demanding tee shot of the first hole, it's very easy to get a little bit of timing here and there getting off.
Yeah, but medium iron is around the 160, 170, maybe 180 mark to the flag. And the pins in the middle on the right side, not the pin position that would suit him, as he likes to draw the ball. But I'm looking for him to finish this center, give himself a realistic birdie opportunity. But every time I say that, people attack it, and they prove me wrong.
Yeah, so I guess we can make it the antic of the week. Whenever we mention center green, they are looking only flag hunting. Narrowly missing the green on the first hole, Sachin should have a very relatively easy chip from there.
You can see from his technique how he has a two-plane golf swing. He takes it up a bit on the upright side, and then he lays it flatter in his downswing. So that kind of pattern helps you move the ball right to left predominantly. This is Marimuthu from the right side, not the side you want to come in from, but I think waiting for Sanjeev, who looks to be in the right rough. Well, professional golf is we call it a gentleman's sport. Etiquette is paramount. You need to wait for your fellow competitors who are further from the hole to hit first.
Yeah, it's basically what my commentator partner Amit Dubey explained. It's just general etiquette. Don't disturb the person while he is attempting to make a shot, and just wait out your turn.
You can see Marimuthu trying to squeeze out a fade on that with that follow through of his. Didn't get the ball move. Started it probably where he wanted to. Didn't move it in the direction that he wanted.
That's just because not only do you have to move the ball from, if you're not in the correct half of this fairway, which is the left half, while you're playing it, it becomes slightly difficult as there's a bunch of trees up front which you need to carry, and
Yeah, you need.
so you need both elevation and directional control on the first hole. That's what adds to the more characteristic feature of this hole. Beginning hole is a tight one.
Yeah, generally when you have a shortish club in your hand, it's probably a little more difficult to move it left to right for a right-hander than vice versa. So fade is not a very easy shot to pull off with a shorter club in your hand. Well,
looks like Sachin has done sorry, my apologies. Sanjeev has done a decent job from the right half of the primary cart and found the front half of the green.
As you can see in the screen, the trees that Aditya was referring to are right in front of you. The V-shaped tree is actually quite close to the green. The tall tree on the left is the one that actually bothers you the most. On the left of your screen. Lovely jacaranda flowers blooming at this time of the year. We have quite a few of them on the course.
Yes, the springs around us, and we can see some very scenic views. Like yesterday, we were getting a beautiful glimpse of 12th hole, pristinely cut fairways, and the flowers blossoming up with different variety of colors. I guess when we get the footage from the second hole, we'll get more talking about how pretty the golf club is looking.
So, this group assessing their shots. Not sure who's furthest right now. Next group on the tee with our local lad Akshay Sharma, Kevin, Steve, and Angad Chima. Akshay has the honor on the first hole. Also going with the fairway metal. Well, you just have to hit it about 250, 60 yards off the tee, nothing more than that. Otherwise, you can, block yourself out with the trees in front. And Kevin going with a long iron.
I think Kevin's figured out a way to play in the heat is without the cap. Let some cool breeze go through the hair.
Maybe working on a tan, Indians don't need tans, beard, but Europeans love to get tanned.
Yeah, I guess so. Or maybe he's just uncomfortable with the cap. All right, here's the opening shot from the second person of the group, and seems to have struck it in the middle.
Yeah, looks like he's found the fairway. And the last person in this trio, Angad Chima. Well, little roller coaster, ups and downs yesterday. Angad's hoping to, get a little deeper today. He's at 5 under. Realistic chance of winning. The other two in this group are 3 under. So they have an outside chance. But Angad is well and truly in this right now.
Of course, Angad is really true in it because Not only he is shots away, this is also his home course, and off late his form has resumed to where he would like, and very realistic chance of him mounting a good run towards that trophy.
Yeah, that looks like he liked it. Looks like his 3 wood is his favorite club. Also, he's worn it out a little bit.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case. Also, 3 wood or a driving iron is more of a percentage play over here. But I guess with Angad's length, he could have still gone with the hybrid. Hits it quite far. Why I'm saying that is because if you send the ball in an excess of about 260 yards, those trees are a realistic threat for you.
Over time, a few of them have fallen down, but it used to be much narrower earlier up in front. Manimuthu tidying up on number 1. He had missed the green on the left.
Yeah, he seems to have chipped it close, but just giving it the detailed attention it requires, as small putts need all the
Walked in.
requirements of any other mid-ranged putt or a long putt.
Sanjeev next. Yeah, after that tee shot, if he'll be happy if he walks away with a 4.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this game. You hit one bad shot and can follow it up with even one half of a decent shot. It gives you a percentage where you can realistic save your par. Looks like that's what Sanjeev's done.
Yeah, it's how you accept your mistakes, respond to it, and score with it is the quality of the golfer.
Yeah, I think Sanjeev can abide by that quote, as he's just shown what he can do.
Sachin tidying up.
Sachin must have had a very good look at his chip, because he's right in line of the flag. Must have had a very close run of the hole.
Yeah, better start than yesterday.
Yeah. From the looks of it, the group has started off with all 3 players parring the first hole, which is a very good start.
This is the group of Udyan Mane, Giriraj Singh Khatka, and Shamim Khan. This is hole number 3.
Hole number 2.
Yeah, it's hole number 2. The par 5.
Par 5. And this is the elevated plateau which is in the back half of the green. It's difficult to access that. Looks like Udyan has done a
and the pin's
good
right
job
at the
to
back
do
today
that.
At 28 paces in and 5 from the left. You almost feel like the pin is outside the green.
That's a good part in the middle of the hole.
It's a relatively short
on
par
this
5,
on the
playing its full length though.
But where the flag is tucked in, it really looks like what you said. The flag isn't on the green.
Yeah,
it's very close to the left half of the green, only 5 paces in from the left. Especially with a dog leg hole, it would appear that maybe the flag's not there.
So Kevin sizing up his approach shot on number 1.
He seems
Looks
to
like
have
he's
hit
laid
it.
himself quite far back to give himself a clear view
And
of
this
this.
should be something like a mid-iron, maybe a 7-iron going in.
Yeah, 7/6.
And he's hit a very good shot coming
Must have
into it.
looked really good to him in the air.
Yeah.
Covered it all the way.
If it was somewhere
Good
in
posture. Strong player. You can see he's got a strongish grip. Uses his legs to drive hard through it. Angad, wiry, athletic. Again, you could see him. You can see that he could be very much a draw dominant player from his sheer technique, and he likes to change the planes coming down, and that encourages a right to left movement.
Yeah, Angad uses his levers to his advantage. Very big, tall
Got
levers.
got a little too inside on that one, so he club flipped over through impact.
Quite possible he was.
Yeah,
It
that
looks like he was trying to hit a high soft one onto the flag and just miscued a fraction bit, which ended putting up a more draw on it. Early days,
Yeah,
we saw if he's got any luck like what Udyan had from yesterday and dialing in from different country codes.
This is our third to last group on the tee now. The group of Om Prakash Chauhan, Abhinav Lohan, and M Dharma. Well, three stalwarts, been around. They've seen themselves win, so they know how to win. Angad hasn't. Abhinav, it's been a while since he's won, right?
Yeah, Abhinav. I think Abhinav's first victory. He has one victory on the Pitch Professional Golf Tour of India. He came in Jaipur, and ever since or before he's been in the hunt, he's had multiple top 10 finishes. A very strong player. Between Om Prakash, Abhinav, and M Dharma, I'm sure the trophy cabinets will be in double figures.
A tenacious group.
Yeah.
All three very tenacious characters, very similar, in their demeanor and mindset. Om, well, those who don't know, Om actually doesn't have a golf course to practice on. He practices in the fields. I couldn't believe it that he would perform at this level from where he actually gets to hone his skills.
Yes, unfortunately, in the beginning and the mid half of his career, he didn't have a venue to practice. So he used to do it out in a farm close by to his house. That's why whenever you saw him on tournament venues, he was only around the green. He wasn't bothered about hitting golf balls. He just wanted to get the feel of what an actual green can feel like.
Yes.
And if you look at his short game, you'll say that the man has a short game facility in his backyard because he's that good.
It looks like he's moved to Kalhar now. From
wow, that's a staggering.
That's a
amount of trophies which he has. Standalone 8 in his kitty. 8 professional tour wins is something a kid, a junior, or an amateur would dream of to achieve while they're growing up as a professional. OP has already not done it, and I'm sure by the time he's done with them, there'll be a few more.
Akshay is coming out of the left rough on number one. It looked like he could actually gone with a hybrid. He went with his 3 metal. Run through the fairway,
Akshay seems to be in the thick stuff.
But it's the right angle to come from. Pin on the right, the clear shot. So he just needs to.
This has to be his third shot coming out because where that ball is ended, I really don't think a 3 wood's ending that far out. Maybe he had some tree trouble.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, that was a yard or two from being really good because if that had pitched on the green, it would have released.
Yeah, you could see how aggressively he swung through that thick stuff, so that the ball could come out soft. But I think got 1 or 2 blades of grass extra and came up shorter than he thought. Not easy to gauge the ball sitting down in such heavy rough.
Group of Om Prakash, Abhinav, and M Dharma going through the motions of, feeling the club, feeling what they want to do with their swing. They've already committed to the shot they've decided to hit off the tee. Just, reinstating the feelings of what they want to feel on the swing. This is Abhinav Lohan on the tee. Just a bit late with his hands there.
Yeah, that shuffle with the wrist is just asking for the ball to go left, and find the middle of the fairway. We all have that tendency when we have mistimed it a hair. Sometimes the golf gods are with us and the ball listens, and the other times it ends up where it's not intended to. Dharma in the Tiger Sunday special.
Dharma has his own indigenous golf swing. He knows, he has his own feeling, and he's been the same for a long time. very consistent. Yeah, might have leaked it a bit to the right.
Yeah, seems to have leaked it just a little to the right. So as we see the 830 tee off depart from the first tee towards the fairway, the trophy count is 11. 8 to Om Prakash, 2 with Dharma, and 1 with Abhinav. That's a very big number. 11 trophies between 3 people.
Yeah, probably the most trophies in the last 3 groups would be with this group. Harinder has a few, but Jairaj and Arjun haven't won yet.
Yeah.
And Kapil.
Kapil and Karan are both looking towards their first
and
title.
Jamal has a few on his name too. So this third last group has the most amount of trophies to them.
Absolutely.
So Angad from the apron on number 1, a good part of 40 feet.
Yeah, that looks like that.
Looking to lag this up close, so he doesn't leave himself too much work for par. And
he has hit
perfect
a
speed.
Beautiful putt. Sheer mere gimme left.
It's good
formality.
to start off and hit the lag putt close by, so you have what your feel for the day is. You say, okay, I can. It's a feeling thing.
Yeah, it sets the tone right, and I'm sure 5 feet, 6 feet short of the hole when this ball was tracking, he wasn't looking to think of lagging it. Might have hoped for the break not to kick it a little to the left and find the bottom of the hole. But nonetheless, it was a very, very impressive first hole putt to begin the day with.
Yeah, Akshay, trying to tidy up. Not sure whether this is for a 5 or a par. Low hands. Okay. Well, looked like he hit a good putt though. Not sure whether it broke the way
I guess
it would.
Hit something and deflected offline. But I like the seamless approach to tap the putt in with one hand and just throw the ball in. Shows how comfortably he's doing that. On the tee.
Yeah, we have the next group, the 840 tee time of Jairaj Singh Sandhu, Arjun Sharma, and Harinder Gupta. So probably only OP in a really good spot in the fairway. Laid himself back a bit, so he has a really good view of this pin, and he likes to move it left to right. So this is something he is, eyeing up.
I guess OP is laid it far enough so that the natural club selection gives him elevation over the trees.
Online, it looks like it's exactly where he wanted to start it.
Yeah, started center green, moved it a little bit towards the flag.
Like his fellow city man Mukesh, he always liked to move it from the center towards the flags, and he's very disciplined. Mukesh is probably the person who's won the most amount of tournaments on the PGTI at over 100, and
I think the count is 121, if I'm not wrong.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I guess most people don't end up playing 121 tournaments in their career. The amount of trophies he's had. Tremendous to see that feat.
Left rough, looks like he made good contact with it, got enough elevation on it. Must have looked really good in the air.
Yeah, that it did, because it landed right next to the flag. So line-wise, he was spot on, but unfortunately, the bounce coming out of because of he's hitting it off the thick stuff was not as expected, and the ball has ended up a fair distance away from the hole than he would have liked. Would be an interesting first opening putt for him if he elects to putt from there.
From the right side, not the angle that you want, but it's nothing more than an 8 iron, so shouldn't bother him too much. Yeah, you can see Dharma electing to play to the center of the green.
Yeah, that big tree which is in your screens right now next to that light pole is a real concern, and players are trying to hike it high, result of which at times can be your ball has a little bit of topspin on it as you stay behind and release the club. That's what we've seen with
Yeah, it's
a few balls coming up
especially
into
with
this
the
hole.
with the shorter irons. The toe comes in when if you hang back a bit, because generally the shorter clubs have more offset on it. Well, for those who don't know, this term offset is it's the design of a golf club. Where the hosel meets the club face is that the mount, the hosel is ahead of the club face, is the higher the offset angle. So the more the offset, it's the more the club head is behind the shaft, which then makes the toe come in faster. So which encourages. So if you see professional golfers, they like to play with blades because there's less offset on it. And as a result, you can maneuver the ball both ways. But if you have a club with more offset on it, it's difficult to move it left to right because the club is designed for right to left.
There on your screen is the group of Jairaj, Arjun, and Harinder. Harinder leading the local charge at 7 under par, accompanied by Arjun and the same number.
And Jairaj at 6.
Jairaj is short adrift, 6.
You can sense the tension in the air on the first tee. Players, unlike
From the looks of it, it looks like Arjun is telling something about his attire to Jairaj. Oh, he likes to wear things and all. On a lighter note.
Unlike other sports, golf, you can actually talk to your opponents, or actually the opponents are not your opponents. You're your own. You're playing against yourself. But yes, your fellow competitors, you can speak to. Like if you were on the tennis court, you wouldn't be talking to the guy across the court. So this is a unique sport which allows you to socially interact with your fellow competitors.
Yeah, even if you are interacting on head-to-head sports, I'm sure it's not niceties which are being discussed.
Yeah. So Abhinav assessing is taking. He's elected to chip. Probably a good choice with that fringe in his backswing. His putter might be catching a little bit of that thicker grass behind. So
Abhinav is a very good field player, and his technique is also good. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up right, maybe 4 or 5 feet from the hole.
I think it came out a bit higher and softer than he would have from what it looked like he wanted to hit.
Yeah,
from his rehearsals.
Early days, getting a feel of the green.
Jairaj, 25-year-old. This is his home course as well.
I guess Jairaj is the only left-handed player left in the field. So as they say, go lefty. Let's see where he puts it.
So this is more like a draw hole for him. Looks
like he held off the finish a little bit and should find the center of the fairway.
And it's always difficult to play with the left-hander because or vice versa also, because generally the caddy likes to stand in front of the player and then the caddy is then behind. So it's something I used to always wonder how they, because left-handers in professional golf are a minority compared to right-handers. So it's I feel bad for them sometimes that they don't get the caddy standing in the right position.
Yeah, here you have Arjun starting off his round. He'll be looking to get off the blocks in a
he's looking
hurry.
to move it right to left. You can see he's teed up on the left side, so you can put a little bit of a draw on this. Looks like he's just hung back on it a bit and started it a bit too far right.
I think he should be okay because he's got a rescue in his hand. Won't have hit it a little.
And then, Harinder
Harinder
been
is the
speaking
other
about
person.
him a
Yeah.
lot. This is his home course. This is where he's the most comfortable, and he's been consistent over the years. So we look for a really good round of golf from him today.
Yeah, with 5 wins already in the bag, Harinder is definitely somebody who knows how to get the job done.
Maybe a bit left. You can see his fellow competitors, Jairaj pointing left, so that the ball spotter can be attentive. And we have ball spots. It's a rough is grown this week. We have ball spotters helping the professionals locate the golf ball in the rough, so we can speed up play.
Yeah, that is a very good thing and a nice gesture from PGTI to have, so that not only the pace of play stays upbeat, and it also helps out to have an extra set of eyes looking for a ball, especially if you have been hitting it something like what I've been doing these days, either or sides of the fairway. Always helps to have an extra set of eyes.
And it's the tee boxes on Chandigarh are so well designed. They give you a really bird's eye view of the shot you need to hit. Like you can see on your screen, you need to start it straight, and then you can move it a bit to the right. It's asking you to do that. And it's always good to have these kind of tree-lined fairways to give you a better visual of things. Sometimes you go to these resort courses and there's no trees on the sides, and it's suddenly you find it a little more difficult to visualize your tee shots on par fours and par fives. It's easier to. I was talking to Aditya earlier. It's so much easier to visualize a second shot because your target is really precise. You're trying to, work it from the center of the green towards the flag, which is it's a narrow goal post, and suddenly you get a wide target, and you can't visualize as well as you want to. Here we have the scoreboard on your screen. Jamal yet to tee off, 10 under. Karan at 8. Nothing has changed in the top yet. Abhinav, good part of 10 feet for his par. That's well done. That was a really good part.
That'll be a good relief and a confident stroke going forward. The chip seemed to have landed short for him, but the putt has done the job. So that's what we were extending on, saying that one good shot on a hole can actually help you save par.
Yeah, on his statistics, he'll go down as a
4.
chip and putt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but up and down, as you call it. But on a strokes gained scenario, which is prevalent now, he would have lost strokes on the chips and gained on the putt. So it's something which has started recently, and it's a really good way of assessing your game.
Of course, it tells you so much information that where you can work more on your game and what departments are firing on a higher percentage. Dharma cleaning up for his par.
Yeah.
Seems to be something about the line he wasn't happy with discussing with his caddy. Maybe foxed them a little bit of what they had thought.
Well, Bermuda greens with their grain foxes everybody. So it's part of playing on Bermuda greens. Bent on the other side is much more predictable, but they get really fast also. So pros and cons of different grass types. This is our final group, the leader group, the 8:50 tee off time. We have Kapil Kumar at 7 under, Karan Pratap Singh at 8 under, and Jamal Hussain Mola at 10 under.
Yes, those of who you are just joining us, this is the big group, the final group of round 4 of Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship held at Chandigarh Golf Club. Final rounds up and running, leaders are on the tee, and the big guys are looking to make a charge as 7 under par, 8 under par, and 10 under par is the scores between the leaders and the chasing pack. Karan and Kapil are doing the chase, and Zamal would be looking to extend his lead. So in all, we are in for a very exciting round 4 happening.
Yeah, Arjun from the right side of the fairway on number 1. This is our penultimate group. Pins 20 in, 8 from the right. So pretty good shot from there.
Yeah, he's left himself underneath
Sorry,
the flag.
3 from the right, so it's really close to the right edge. You can see a very one plane technique, not too much of change in planes. So you can see very neutral ball flight, very straight. So moment you have a neutral plane, you have a neutral ball flight also.
Jairaj
He's
trying to
hit it
I think
low one,
Jairaj
yeah.
hit his tee shot too far out, so the trees came into play, but he has hit a very nice low bullet into the center half of the green. Smarter choice considering that he had hit his tee
Yeah,
shot a little too
and
far out.
he got the
Problems of long hitting, I guess.
No, he's hit this really well because he's hit it the right yardage. You know, hitting it low is not probably the tough part of the shot. Hitting it the correct yardage is the tough part, because this is not a shot you generally practice on the practice range. You know, you're practicing full shots and blah blah blah, but this is one of these abbreviated shots, and that's a really good golf shot from there.
What my fellow commentator is trying to say is that it's a shot executed to near perfection by Jairaj. I guess it's a long hitter's problem, hitting it too far out at few times than intended.
Well, you know, maybe he was not comfortable hitting a longer club into the green. He thought he should be hitting a shorter one and, you know, attack a bit more, because he's thinking about his. Harinder threading the needle there. All in all, pretty good.
Harinder's
We get
done
a
a
nice read from Jairaj as well, so he'll have a good idea of how that ball is going to turn and how fast or slow the green is.
Yeah, Harinder's done a brilliant job to come out of the rough and keep it underneath the hole.
Yeah.
I guess it's both the local lads, Harinder and Jairaj, are going to use the information and the advantage to their benefits, as they've showcased one coming out nice and low underneath, the other one keeping it low in the initial halves, but then flighting it very nicely so it stops in the front half of the green.
This is our leader group all set to tee off. Well, timing of the of plays, even though the fairways ahead is clear, like generally members when they go to play, and the moment the fairway gets cleared, they tee off. But pro golf, you have your stipulated tee times. Until the starter announces your tee off, you're not allowed to tee off. So they still have a minute to go. All set. You can see the concentrated look on Kapil, feeling the shot, visualizing what he needs to do off the first tee. He has first things first. He needs to commit to the shot he's decided to play now. Then he has to commit to the swing which he wants to make to hit that shot. So this is a process. It's not just pick up the club and swing it and hit it as hard as you want. There's more thought behind every shot in pro golf.
Yeah, Kapil seems to be giving it a nice visual look to where he's going to place the ball off the tee. Like any other professional, it's very good to have reached the tee on time so that you get a little bit of extra time to calm your nerves, get accustomed to the environment, free up your body of any anxiety.
It'll be really nice if you could get a heart rate monitor on these three right now and see who's keeping his heart rate the lowest. It'll be a good thing to know, because your heart rate is going to dictate how much motor control you have over your fine motor skills.
Yeah, that's Angad
in the
coming up
number 2.
Yeah, from the middle of the fairway. Should be looking to make a good swing on it.
Yeah, looks like he started out a bit to the right. Yeah, it's just like yesterday.
I guess he's missed it a little to the right.
It's the right place to miss it. It's been on the top left. Yeah, he's got a lot of green to work with. Now
If
you
you-
can see the
you-
beautiful jacaranda flowers. It's a spectacular sight. The second fairway, the tree on it. Couple all set. He's gone through his pre-shot routine. Teeing it off to the left side. Looks like he wants to put a little bit of a draw on this, so using the tee box to its fullest. Yeah, and it looks like he's put a draw on it also.
Yeah, it looks to have squeezed the ball down the middle.
Yeah, and this is a golf swing which has got amazing rhythm, and I love his transition. There's no hurry in it, and that allows him to get very consistent strike quality.
Karan Pratap had a near run at the trophy last week, runner-up at the Delhi NCR Open 2003 held at Noida Golf Club. Last week would be looking to do one better than last week. Nice rhythm and balance.
Yeah.
I've seen him practice quite a bit as we practice at the same facility. He spends enormous amount of time in just about how to stay in control of his motor skills while he's hitting that shot. That's why it looks so nice, and as mentioned by Mr. Dubey, is a very beautiful golf swing.
Yeah. So Jamal, a tournament leader, already a 3-time winner on the PGTI.
Jamal didn't seem to waste any time on it. By the time Karan's caddy could have put the club back in, I think his ball was in the air.
Yeah,
He's off to a start,
He's not going
waving
to
off to the
change
gallery.
way he is. Played golf the last 15, 20 years of his life today. So Jamal is someone who is very comfortable with his golf swing, and also he's used to this position. He's has quite a few top 10s and top 5 under his belt as well, other than his 3 PGTI wins, and he's always played like this. So we don't expect him to take too long over any shot.
Kevin coming up with his second shot of the second hole, seems to have lighted it a little left, and from the looks of it, nearly jarred it in from wherever he was, maybe about 220 out with a hybrid from that distance.
I'm not sure what Yari, but it looked good in the air, I'm sure.
Yeah, a hybrid coming out of that rough would definitely be in an excess of about 220 yards, and he's hit a majestic shot, just trying through the fairway.
This is Akshay Sharma.
This is Akshay Sharma's golf ball on its way, finding the center of the green.
I'm not sure whether it's Akshay's second shot or third shot.
From the looks of it, it could be his third shot, because this is a fairly lengthy hole as a par 5.
So the lilac colored flowers are the jacaranda flowers, and that's the jacaranda tree. For you, those viewers who have not seen this particular type of tree in their local surroundings.
For those who are tuning in, round 4 is in full steam ahead of Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship held at Chandigarh Golf Club. Round 4 is away. The leaders are Jamal at 10, Karan at 8, Arjun, Kapil paired up at tied third position at 7 under par. So anybody who's tuning in, anybody who's heard about this tournament happening, get your picnic baskets out, come look at the beautiful scenic golf course and have fun, enjoy by seeing some spectacular golf being played by some of the best in the country, and also a few international contingent which is looking to gun in and get the trophy home.
Well, no hot starts so far. Everybody pretty much where they started. Harinder seems to have dropped a shot on the first hole. Arjun for his birdie on number 1. Well, it was good for speed. Might have misread it a bit. it's better to on the higher side as far as putting is concerned. If there was if you do it should be on the higher side. This is the penultimate group of Jairaj Singh, Sandhu, Arjun Sharma, and Harinder Gupta. Well, Jairaj with his birdie putt coming up. Angad on number 2 for birdie. Oh, not sure whether that was for birdie.
That expression didn't seem like that it was for birdie, but Kevin has hit a very good chip shot. Mere formality left for him to finish that. But I seriously like his approach to that 1-footer. He has coined it down, lined it, and has made sure there is no spike mark in front of it. So attention to detail, for full marks to Kevin for that.
Yeah, that looked good for line. Just a little shy on speed.
Yeah, Jairaj would be edging it to make it to the hole and get a early move on into round 4.
He was in the mix of things on the penultimate day at Noida also. Didn't have the best of third rounds, but he's showing some good, he's coming into form. So hopefully he can take that form a bit further this week.
Absolutely true. Him and Karan would be looking to do that. Edge out their own performances from last week and take it a step forward in their young careers, young professional careers.
Yeah, that must have looked really good too.
Narrowly missing out.
Yeah, burning the edge. Looks like he had a little bit of tree trouble. So the shot that he hit out of tree on the green was his third shot. Dharma from the right side of the fairway on number 2. Perfect angle. Second hole is a 527-yard par 5, which is very much reachable. But the pin's on the top left today, which is the more challenging of pin positions on this green. You can see he's driven it low. He's trying to draw it in, chase it up the slope. Beautifully executed golf shot. If it has might just run out of steam. So he's on a bottom tier, which is going to make this his putt a little more challenging. But all in all, pretty good play from this a good part of 250 yards out. This is our the next person in this group, Abhinav, also from the right side of the fairway.
Abhinav can hit a really nice high ball, so you would be looking to land it on the correct tier and stop it. The simpler approach being hit a low one, chasing up to the very high elevation change tier on this hole.
Yeah, looks like he started out to the right though.
And
found the green side bunker on the right.
Yep, that it did, and the saucer effect also didn't seem to help. It's projected it towards the other intended side of where he would have not wanted it to go.
Yeah, beautifully mowed fairways. You can see the difference in grain in the stripes of the color of the stripes of the grass on the fairway. So the one, the lighter one is the grass growing away from you, like I said yesterday, and the one darker is the grass growing towards you. That's the trait of Bermuda. Bermuda grass does not grow straight. It tends to grow in a direction. Yeah, you can see a little two-planed, takes it out, up, and then drops it in. This time he got his hands to match up perfectly there.
Yeah, Dharma seems to have been doing the same thing as we were discussing, to chase it up. Comes up a little shy, I guess.
He got a bit too far inside, so got it starting a bit right of where he intended to start it. So as a result, a bit of a push. He's in the bunker. Shouldn't be it's not a difficult bunker shot from there. It's pretty routine. So that's our third last group making their way to the second green at this Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023 final round coverage presented by Chandigarh Golf Course. There is a chasing pack. They're chasing down Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh. Karan on the first hole, the closest chaser from the right side. Not the best angle to come from, but it looks like he's got a shortish club, so shouldn't. Oh no, he's taken the low route. He's, like I said earlier, it's the low part is probably the easier part. Getting the yardage correct is something which is more difficult because these are shots you don't generally practice.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do practice them, to gauge them on a repeat basis to how much the ball is going to run is difficult,
So
especially with the summers coming up and the ball running too
Jamal,
much.
right from the center, he likes to draw it. So, and he's generally gets off to fast starts, but he's overcooked that cookie. He's found the right bunker there.
It should be a fairly simple up and down for him. From the looks of it, Abhinav is looking to hike it quite high. Oh, he's in the bunker.
Yeah,
It's a very long bunker shot.
And there's a little bit of trouble over the green on the other side. So you generally want to hit a chunk and run, which
he's elected to do actually.
Yeah.
Just
so you
landed a bit short of where he would have intended, I guess.
Yeah, couple from position A1. He's hoping to get to a fast start, close down the gap between him and Jamal as fast as he can.
Well, if Jamal misses his up and down and Kapil holds it, it's a two-shot swing from the very first go of the first hole. Round 4 could be not more entertaining if something like that happens. Not that we intended to happen, but
it's going to be a lot of changes of fortune happening today. So that's the excitement of golf. It's you never know what the result till you finally get one. So at the end, it's going to be a test of patience and discipline and resilience, and person who can hold his nerves, accept his mistakes, and still score from them is the one who's going to come up on top.
yeah, agreed. 18 holes is a duration which is going to not only test the patience, skill, but the mindset of the professional who's going to be at top, because it takes not one or two things to win, but everything you've got.
Dharma with his indigenous putting style as well. Very much the grip is completely in his palms, cutting out his wrist action completely, and he gets low, so he gets a little more of a pendulum feel over the ball.
Yeah,
This putt is all about speed, though. It's something that
Exactly.
you want to lag up close, not necessarily try to hold. Yeah. But sometimes it's the other thought process is that there was our leader Jamal tidying up for his par on number 1. He had found the green side bunker.
Yeah, that seems to be he saved his par on first hole of the round 4. Would be a little bit of nerves, I guess, opening up.
Well, he's in control of his nerves. That one trickled in perfectly.
That one trickled in just about for the liking of it.
Well,
But nonetheless, it's a 4, as you just mentioned. It's the number which is
found
more
the hole at the
important,
end.
not just the way how it goes.
And when you hit it at the absolute dying speed, the hole becomes really big. Just you can actually fit 3 balls in the hole if you just roll it softly to it. So, like we were mentioning earlier yesterday, that speed control is the key to good putting. It makes the hole bigger. It also, your visualization for your line reading gets better. So when you have like Angad rolled it up to perfection on the first hole. So he gave him a lot of confidence on his speed control for today.
And that's a birdie putt coming up from Lohan after a very good bunker, long bunker shot.
Very orthodox, very much textbook-like, what you would say.
Yeah, Lohan is used to be a Mike Bender student, and I'm not sure if he still is, but I remember when he came back from his trip from America and how the way he shook hands with me and showed impact position was quite interesting.
Yeah.
How Mike goes about it. Apparently, he goes about shaking hands of people and twisting the wrist in a way where it meets up impact position and says, "I am Mike," and that's impact. It's a nice way,
That'll be
interesting way
to know how to get there, though. Dharma, visualizing it, feeling the pace. Just now all commitment to what he's decided. Yeah, well done.
which he just accomplished. Not a feat for the faint-hearted from the distance it was.
Om Prakash, not sure if it's his birdie or par putt, but he doesn't like wasting any time. He's hit it player. Little less, deliberate, but supremely confident. So, golf is a game of confidence. So, whatever gives you confidence, you should keep doing that. If Dharma likes to do his routine and that allows him to be more confident, then that's what he should be doing. And no two people are alike. So, Om has a different way of, keeping himself confident of what he's doing.
Yeah, from the looks of it, the procedure for Om is to give a stern look to the camera, kiss the ball, and move on to the next hole. That's what he just did.
If he's going to win tournaments doing that, he should do it. It's nothing wrong with that. It's going to be more entertaining.
I'm sure it'll catch up also because he already has 8 trophies. If that's the way to go about it, I'll definitely be doing that next week. Saying hello to the cameraman, kissing my ball, and moving towards the tee.
For the viewers who don't know, golf courses generally are made over 120 acres. But out of those 120 acres, at least 50% is trees. At least.
Yeah.
So, it's golf courses are almost the lungs of a township or the area of the city where they are, because there's a lot of trees in a golf course.
Yeah, that's why people always seem to feel a little lighter, a more pleasant kind of a feeling when the minute you enter a golf. Nice landscapes, but in general, there'll be definitely a little bit of temperature drop.
So
when you're inside a golf club,
suit Arjun's eye perfectly. He's trying to bring it in from right to left, probably aiming at the right bunker, trying to move it from right to left, and looks like it's not moving. So he's going to find hop, skip, or he should buy a lottery ticket. That's a really high lip to that bunker.
I know.
Yeah,
having been trapped lottery there quite a few times.
Good when you're lucky.
That's a fortunate bounce, and he'll be looking to take full advantage of that from there. As a famous saying by last week's winner, Gaurav Pratap, this is a game of flukes. Whoever flukes it the highest is going to win.
I'm not sure if I agree with that, but when you win a tournament, whatever you say, people listen.
Oh, he's been saying that for a while now. I think he caught it up from his wife, and it's just stuck on so much so that even I've started to. Maybe they know a trick or two. Maybe they know a trick or two which we haven't learned till now. But nonetheless, both the balls have got, and
again, looks like both caught it off the toe a bit. As you can see, the ball flight is pretty low, which happens when you catch it off the toe, and has a more overspin on it, allows it to roll more.
But both the balls of Harinder and Arjun have found
for Jairaj,
a nice place to be in.
It's a fade, so he can bring it up really high. You can see because fades, you can really hoist it up. And this also seems to be going in the same direction. So it looks like all three are favoring the right side. Fair enough with the pin on the left.
Gerard seems to have taken the more normal, conventional, not adventurous way of playing this hole. Take a long iron, pitch it on the green, try and keep it on the green. Unlike his playing partners, being a little adventurous about
Not
this
sure they
hole.
were trying to be adventurous though. Might have missed, both looked like miss hits to me. This
Well-
is a nice risk and reward hole. You know, it's a challenging pin position. So if you can risk, you will be rewarded. And that's golf. There's two ways of risking things. It's the club that you choose. You can say, okay, I'm going to take an aggressive club, and then it could be an aggressive line, which is probably closer to jail, I would call it. So what you don't want to do is get both the aggressives together. Take an aggressive club and then aggressive line. That's causing it, asking for trouble, and vice versa too. Take a conservative club and a conservative line. You leave yourself so much of work to do for your second shot. So it's a matchup. You want to make, these are decisions you make while playing and after assessing your shot. And that's Udayan on number 6 from the left side of the fairway. Perfect angle to the flag. The flag today on number 6 is on the far right, absolute back right of the green, 28 paces in, 5 from the right. So it's he's left himself probably the best angle in. You see, he's trying to work his arms left. He wants to exit lower on his follow through. Helps keep the club more in front of you in a golf swing. Yeah, he's hit it to the fat side part of the green. He's left himself a straightish 25-footer for birdie.
Yeah, Udayan has done that nicely, and he's had placed himself well also off the tee. Udayan, the man who represented India at the 2021 Tokyo Olympics along with Anirban.
Playing along with Udayan is Giriraj Singh Khatka from Jaipur. He's of small stature but big heart. Well, we haven't had any fast starts, very fast starts. A couple is birdied number 1 and gone to 8 under, and now Karan has fallen, his bogeyed number 1 and dropped back to 7. So we have a couple has moved to 2nd, and Karan has dropped to tied 3rd. The leader, yes, remains at par for today at a total of 10 under. Other movers, we have everybody pretty much holding par right now. Marimuthu is 1 under, and so is Tapi Guy. Well, that was Shamim getting it close on number 6. Shamim and his mentor for Giriraj, and they're playing together. That should be a really good experience for you. You can see them, walking together, and they're it's like that would be the best case scenario for any student to play with his mentor.
Yeah, it looks like they're even discussing something about the hole or the way to go about
the
it.
total weight of Shamim and Giriraj will be that of Udayan. Udayan's a man mountain. He's a big man.
Yeah, Udayan's been working about his fitness and has been training very hard to get much more fitter.
So that was Jairaj coming up a bit shy on number 2 for his eagle. Rather, that was chip, so he was trying to get it up close. So Arjun and Harinder dressed very similarly today, and there used to be a golfing great. He's no more, Sevi Ballesteros. He used to love wearing blue and white on Sunday, like Tiger loves red and black on Sunday. Sevi used to love blue and white.
Yeah, it's a very soothing attire.
So looks like Arjun and Harinder made a little hash of things because they were on the fringe of the green, and now they seem to be having 30 footers from the center of the green. So didn't make it up the slope and backtracked it back to the bottom tier, which is not the.
Well, the severity of this uphill on the uphill tier of second hole can be a little troublesome in gauging the speed, and if you don't gauge it well, the ball trickles all the way
You can
to
see
where
how much
Arjun's
of a
ball
uphill
is.
putt that is,
Yeah, the ball disappeared
Yeah.
for good part of a second.
and it's not one where the other person did the same thing. So thankfully, the third Jairaj learned from both and made sure he kept it on the right tier.
Yeah, Arjun has hit a good putt from the bottom tier. Should be a straightforward par attempt from there.
Then for his 25 footer on number 6. Well, he made a really good putt out here for par yesterday. He has a good memory of this green.
Udayan had an outstanding start to his professional career with 2 wins in his rookie season 2015.
Probably a bit slower than he expected. It's really uphill from where he was. So, and then after the hole there's a little bit of a downslope. So he was wary of that. Dharma,
I
on
guess he
number
gave
3.
it a little too much respect, and the green was not as fast as he
Yeah.
anticipated. Dharma
Hole
coming
number-
up with his putt on hole number 3.
Pin is on the right, so he's pretty close.
And he's made it. A beautiful
Walks it in.
putt.
So
No show of emotions on that long putt by Dharma. Just mere routine getting along to the next tee.
well, OP is very similar, but much faster with his pre-shot routine. Yeah, walks it in too.
Yeah, for a mere long putt, I think it was about a 6 to 7 footer. Walked it in like a tap in.
So Dharma moves to 7 under, and Kapil's at 8, and Jamal remains at 10.
Yes, a slight change in hands of where the second position was as Karan slips a bit to 7 under par, and Kapil has occupied solo second to himself by birding.
No, last week's on the final day, Karan, he finished in a playoff. He lost in a playoff, but he started with a bogey on number 1 on last week too on the final round, which is what he's done on today. So Karan knows how to come back from not such good starts.
Yeah, if it's a sign of things to come, we are looking forward to a very good round and a exciting mid-half from Karan, where he fires up strings of birdies last week and caught up with the leader.
Jairaj for birdie on number 2, 10 feet, a little bit of left to right in this. Yeah,
Jars
so
it in with authority. I guess the advantage of having made this putt maybe at least 1,000 times.
1,000 would be too much, but yes, he's a local. This is his home course. He knows the greens like the back of his hand. Odin cleaning up for par on number 6, left himself a bit of work here. just as he did yesterday. I remember him, leaving himself way short with the first part and then training the second one. So, little bit of deja vu there.
A little bit of deja vu and a little bit of heart pounding as the ball just made it to the bottom of the hole on the last roll.
Yeah, dead speed on that. This is a current from the left side of the fairway on number 2, the par 5. Yeah, this is really good angles with his posture. Yeah, gets a little laid off on top, but very like the number 1 player right now, John Rahm. He also has a very similar wrist movement in his golf swing.
He's
probably the only one who's hit it up on the top tier today. So, which is
he's the first one who's hit it on the top tier and made it stay. That's a fabulous control of distance by him. Not only distance, but line also.
So that
not easy to access that
wrist movement, which
hidden
he has,
flag.
Is actually adding to more bow in the left wrist, which gives a lot of speed. Not something you can generally teach. It's more of a natural aptitude. So
I guess it's more inherited by the body mechanics of how a person's body fires up.
Not really, because John Rahm, he has some serious wrist issues when he was born, so he can't move the wrist in a certain direction. So then he can move the wrist more in the other direction, which then makes him use that particular movement, which you can see in his golf swing.
Yeah, Karan also, I'm not sure about his wrist limitations, but has just recovered from a very bad knee injury. Had to sit out most of last season because of that. And he's come up firing off the blocks. I remember meeting him, he was explaining how he had misfortunes and hit his knee, which was ruptured, and had to sit out for good about 6 months.
Joints are things which take a long time to heal because just the blood flow is very slow to joints, which makes the healing process longer than usual. That was the group of Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, Tappy Guy, and Mohammad Sanju on number 6.
Brilliant second shot.
Yep.
And somebody just didn't realize, if you look at the flagstick, there's an object next to it. Shows how good that approach shot has been. I wonder whose ball it is.
Well,
and how did it stay out? Look at how close it is.
Well, gravity has its way of, making things happen.
I agree. It must have looked very, very pretty on its way up towards the hole. Showcases how good some of these guys are hitting it.
Yeah, well, every shot in golf is a mess. So it's unless it goes in, right? So it's the quality of your misses that determine the quality of a player. You need to learn how to accept your misses, then respond correctly to it, and score from your misses. It's not your good shots that define you as a player. It's the quality of your misses, and every like you'll see it on our coverage. Professional golfers in general like to move the ball in one way or the other because it makes hitting your target easier. And but once you go on a driving range and you'll see club golfers and members trying to hit it as straight as they can and say seedhi nahi ja rahi, so golf is easier when you're moving it one way because it allows you a bigger margin of error. And it's now with technology coming up and watching live coverage on the PGA Tour with the shot tracer, you see that people are moving it in a certain way. And growing up, and we thought everything was a draw, and then the shot tracer comes in and he says, "Oh." So a lot of misconceptions as far as what professional golf is and how straight professional golfers hit it. But quite frankly, professional golfer is always trying to move the ball one way or the other.
Yeah, on that note, I remember sometime back we were having a tournament in a golf course in NCR called Golden Greens, and a guy just walked up and was trying to engage in a conversation with the fellow professional behind me, Jyoti Randhawa, and he was striping the ball like an arrow. The guy just asked him, "You must be finding golf very easy to play when you're hitting it so straight." And Jyoti Bhaiya, being pretty much direct all his life, looked at the guy and told him, "I've always played the best when I move it a little left to right." Just goes to heighten how immensely talented and legendary players like him also like to move the ball a little certain way. Just gives you that visual certainty of what the ball's going to go.
If you really think of the geometry and physics of it, it's a round object being hit by a flat object. It's definitely going to spin one way or the other. So you should get consistent with your spin pattern, which is either fade or draw, whichever one comes more naturally and easier to you. Just keep it in control so you don't overdo it. Overdoing anything is going to make you, more dominant on one side, which is going to affect your performance when on certain holes which you don't want it to. Zamal for his long eagle attempt on number 2. All in all, not too bad. Anything within 4 or 5 feet from there is actually a pretty good effort.
Well, Zamal showcased us how it's done yesterday by holding these range parts back to back on numerous occasions. That's the reason he's there, leading clear of the chasing pack, because you got to make those putts inside 10 feet to keep you in a red number and keep you going with momentum.
Yeah, he had a little bit of weight transfer on that. That was up the hill, good part of 70 feet. He needed to hit it really hard. You could see that he put a little body into it also.
So this should be interesting. Karan coming up with his eagle part on hole number 2.
Very orthodox. Uses the claw. Wants to, eliminate his wrist completely.
Just broke a little more than he would have liked.
Actually thought it looked more like he had aligned it correctly. Might have pulled it a bit. Kapil, the third member in this group.
Kapil is also a very good putter when it comes to making those putts inside 10 feet. If you look at him in the practice range, he is so much intended about how the ball starts on line. I guess if you ask him, he would have more than a dozen putters.
So this is the group of Shitin, now it called Saptak Talwar and Yashas Chandra.
Yes.
Number 8.
Yashas is a genuinely good ball striker, can move the ball both ways at will. If you get a chance to watch him play, you will be totally engrossed in how nicely he moves the ball both ways. I remember playing with him in one of the venues in Eagleton, and he showcased some serious ball hitting talents. I was not only immensely impressed by his striking, but the general demeanor, how he goes about things. Collective, calm, calculative, near perfection.
Kapil for his, he knew he had going a bit right from the word go. Well, Kshitij has a nice round going right now. He's at 2 under, so after 7. Jamal looking at every single indent on the green, making sure that he gets all the information in to make a decision. Kshitij, deliberate, meticulous, patient, and always wears a smile, which is good.
Yeah, Kshitij trying to go one better in his round which is already a good start to his front 9. He's 2 under par.
Yeah, looks happy with his shot.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to know what ticks in his brain, because if you look at his rehearsals, they look so meticulous that you can think that he's got the numbers down to the finer details of what he wants the golf ball to
You
do.
can see Jamal is really good from the distance this week. He's almost walking them in.
Jamal just picked up from very left yesterday.
Yeah, he's very good.
That last
From
part on the
these
18th
5-6
was
footers,
interesting.
our knee knockers are not knocking his knees right now.
I guess seeing from what he's done yesterday, 5 feet is pretty much given zone for him.
That's Saptak on hole number 8.
Just trying to hit a slightly low one.
Pins, it's a 165-yard par 3. Pins on the back left. So you want to bring it in a bit from right to left.
It's interesting to see how these young professionals are not only taking golf in a direction which is only forward, but are also taking care of their physical aspects so that they can do what their bodies want to do and can get the longevity in their careers. There you have a small gallery following the leaders, hanging in the shade, enjoying. And if I'm not wrong, the gentleman sitting on the bench is Karan's father. He'll be keeping a close eye on the son's performance and how he goes about it.
Well, the pin's on the right today on number 3. So ideally, you want to start this in the center and move it towards the flag. Get your number correct with get your yardages correct with your club. Commit to the yardage. Commit to the shot.
I like the commitment that young fellow has on how Karan's going about his business. He's totally engrossed in it. Oh yeah, I'm pretty certain that is Karan's father. Good to have some family support along.
Yeah, it looks like Karan likes that golf shot. Well, that young boy is Neil Jolly. He's the most enthusiastic youngster you'll ever come across.
Yeah, he's very appreciative of how Karan's hit it. Good to see some support going on with the leaders. I'm sure they're in for a real good treat as 2 of the leaders in the last group have birdied the hole behind them, hole number 2.
Yeah, so Karan's back at 8. Couple remains at 8. And then Dharma, Arjun, and Jairaj at 7. Yeah, so couple also trying to work it left to right. You can see he held off his club face.
Yeah, that's a smarter shot as to where the pin is tucked at center right. Better percentage play, moving it from the center away from the lurking danger, which is the bunker on the right hand side.
Well, Jamal's all feel, so he might actually hit a draw here. Just prove all of us wrong. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, the body language does promote that he was trying to put a bit of movement on it.
A little anxious of where that ball's finish up.
Yeah, because from that angle, it's a little difficult to see where the ball is actually ended because of the bunkers mound over there.
This is Marimuthu playing number 6.
Goes to
left side, pin top left today, top right, sorry.
Comes up a little short than he would have intended, Mari.
Yeah, this is the group of Sachin Basoya, Sanjeev Kumar, and Marimuthu. This is Sanjeev from A1 angle. He's laid it up to perfection there.
That's a very good spot to be into, coming into this hole.
He likes moving it left to right, so this looks a bit left though. The third member in this group is Sachin Basoya. Great camera work there, followed the ball throughout, allowed me to make that comment of it being left. Sachin just hit his shot in also. You can see this, it's amazing that how well they keep the fairways, considering there's so much of foliage in Chandigarh. There's a lot of shade, you know. Even Dolly Parton's feet did not grow in the shade, so it's very difficult to keep the grass green when there's so much of shade.
That's true. It becomes difficult for the grass to grow when it is not getting adequate amount of sunlight. The scenes which you've seen on this golf course goes to show how much hard work would have gone through by the maintenance department into keeping it into pristine conditions for the tournament play.
Yeah, and you know, Chandigarh is probably the busiest golf course, at least in India, maybe might be in the world also, because it's in the center of town. It's and people from Chandigarh really enjoy sport in general, and golf is their preferred sport when they, you know, especially when they retire. And Jamal has found a greenside bunker on number 3. He did on number 1 as well, so should be just a routine bunker shot for him. And he's got really soft touch around the greens. Yeah, so you can see that he knows. Well, I expected that from him.
Yeah,
Having played with him quite a few times.
it was pretty much a routine up and down for him, which he showcased on hole number 1 and replicated on hole number 3.
You know, and for you golfers who want to lower their handicap, short game is like an insurance policy. The better your insurance policy, the more you can, you know, risk you can take. So he went for that pin, even though he likes to draw it, but knowing that the fact that he can, you know, his bunker shot his short game is top notch.
Absolutely. Short game is something which not only saves you or bails you out of trouble, but also if you look at the percentage, is the one thing which helps you save strokes and get better at the game.
Yeah, Karan
with his birdie putt coming along, be exciting too if he holds it and keeps the momentum going.
Yeah, it's uphill, so you can be a little aggressive with it, which he has.
Wow, that's a beautiful putt.
And that moves him one shot closer to Jamal. So it's getting interesting up there.
So I guess that's the way Karan likes to go. Bogey the first hole and then a string of birdies coming up. Interesting approach. Beautiful putt.
Perfect speed.
Yeah.
You see how smooth the ball is rolling on the green. So he's just shows the quality of the strike. Generally, there was no flight on the putt, so it was not hit upwards or downwards.
Couple would have got a bit of lead from Karan's putt. We'll be looking to attempt and join him by achieving the same feat at sole second. From sole second to joint second.
Very competitive by nature.
Wow, that just burns out of the lip. Would have liked how it would have rolled. Narrowly missing out on his birdie.
You know, it's good to, even if you don't hold your putt, if you make a good stroke, you generally can come off of the green completely not too dejected, because you know you gave it your best. Jamal, he likes to take his time over looking at the line, because he wants to clear his head before he pulls the trigger. But this should be just routine for him. So the lead's still with Jamal at 10, but Karan has edge closer at 9. So it's game on right now. Sachin for his birdie on number 6, 15-18 feet, right to left. You can see that it hit something, maybe a pebble. It must have come out from a bunker shot or something. The ball bounced up and it came up short.
Sachin seems to be not enjoying how the ball reacted on that hole. Maybe something happened which he didn't calculate for.
Sachin going wrong par for today, so no heroics so far. Marimutu cleaning up for his par as on number 6. Well, Sachin will have to give this a little bit of attention because there is a little bit of break on this 2-footer. Yeah. And it's got his attention right now. You can see that he's giving it its due importance.
Yeah.
Oh, and then that one actually stayed very straight.
He doesn't seem to be amused about it. Just looking which is the quickest, shortest way to the next hole and
Our
give
leader-
that ball the treatment it deserves.
Jamal on number 4, on his tee shot on number 4. It's a dog leg left, par 4.
Seems to have moved it a little bit left. It's
You know,
anxious look.
Yeah, but you never go by Jamal's. It's a yard left. He'll start walking. Look anxiously, but he's
Well, that was
he's
quite
very
a
good at keeping the ball in play.
Of course that he is, but that was quite an effort for him to move on to the right side of the teeing box and go and have a look. But having said that, I won't be surprised if that ball is pretty much a club away from the from the fairway.
Then on number 8. Yeah, this pins back on the left side. So preferred shot pattern, like I said earlier, would be a draw. Yeah, the other members in this group are Shamim Khan and Giriraj Singh Khatka, student and mentor together. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on number 7 with his approach. 7th, the par 5. Relatively easy pin position today in the center of the green. So generally we have a share of difficult, easy, and not somewhere in the middle, average pin positions. 6 of each. Balance things out. Shamim just over clubbing that a bit. Not sure where that ended up. It's not a place where you want to miss it though. Yuvraj playing with Tapi Ghai and Mohammad Sanju. You can see Mohammad Sanju in the shade there. This is the par 5 7th, measuring at 613 yards. A double log leg with a narrow shoot on the tee shot. Probably one of the toughest par 5s on the PGTI circuit. Yeah. So that was Mohammad Sanju from the right side of the fairway. Brilliant, perfect yardage. 4 feet left for birdie. That's the group of Kevin, Akshay, and Angad on hole number 6 now. Angad to go first, a bit from the right side. Not the best angle to come in from with the top right pin. So let's see whether he goes the conservative way or the aggressive way.
Angad would be looking to knock this really close, as it's close to the center of the fairway, and as An interesting point about Kevin is that he's an alpine skier and has participated in the Winter Olympics. That's quite a feat to achieve.
And alpine skiing is a tough sport. I've done skiing. It's a very physically demanding sport. So you can I can well imagine his fitness level. So like I said, Angad likes to move it right to left. This is not the hole he should have been aggressive on, though. This is the he should have just tried to just play it to the center of the green there. That's Kevin from the perfect position on this fairway for this flag. Kevin trotting along today, even par for today, and at 3 under. Also short siding himself on the right there. The third member in this group is Akshay Sharma. He's
Akshay seems to be getting the yardage recalculated with his caddy to get the number dialed in correct.
Akshay not having the best of days today. He's 3 over par for today and even par for the tournament. Something he wants to turn around quickly. So slow going by the groups today. Nobody's making a charge at it so far. But then this is just the front 9. Everything's going to get heated up in the last 9.
Yeah, that's true. But if we track out what Karan has done, bogey, birdie, he's making it interesting for Zamal.
I'm talking about the people at 7. They're the ones who need to make a charge to get closer.
Yeah, because from the looks of it, Zamal is not giving up his pedestal of 10 under par. Only would be looking to go one better. As a cracking second shot coming in from Akshay from that angle, he would be looking to hold that and make amends of the round which is going on.
Yeah. Well, Akshay is a tenacious character, so he's gonna. He needs something to spark him on and be on his way. Well, the 6th hole is a really nice risk, and actually, you should not take the risk on number 6. It's not even worth the risk of hitting a driver on that hole. It's about 240 yards of the tee with your tee shot and a wedge or a 9-iron coming in after that, and the green is sloping from back to front, which makes it very receptive to shots coming in. So making the ball hold on the green is not an issue. Well, Angad has had a little bit of tree trouble there. He got took the aggressive route, hit the tree, so he's got his work cut out now. Well, with the eucalyptus trees, they have a nature of sapping the moisture out of the earth. They generally are grown in swamps to make them drier, and there's no undergrowth there, so he's most probably got a dusty hard pan lie there. So this is a really challenging shot coming up for Angad.
Yeah, that it is. Eucalyptus trees. Interesting fact about them is that some decades ago, Mr. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru came up with the idea of getting these trees implanted in marshy lands, and this section of the country does see tremendous amount of rainfall. Not that it sees it these days, but were very effective at that point of time, as they sap in water like a camel in the desert. Angad would be in a spot of bother over here.
Yeah, probably the number one thing right now is to make really good contact with the golf ball, and
Yeah, he's trying to get it out low and end up a fairly close distance to the flag. If there's scenes of something as what he did on the second hole yesterday, this could be fun to watch.
Yeah, trying to get a visual on where he wants. He's got to choosing his mark, choosing the flight. Now after that, it's just commitment to and making really good solid contact with the golf ball. So he hits his mark and gets the result he wants. So
He's
not
done
sure.
the contact part, but the bounce was a little extra than he would have liked.
I think it might have come out a bit right. He was trying to hit it into the mound, which we could see on a TV screen.
Yeah, from
And
that
he missed it on the right a bit.
from that angle, the mound is only going to kick it away from the hole. But he's done an excellent job to put himself at a flatter surface to give himself a realistic look into maybe holding it. Kevin also giving it all the attention it needs. Stern look on focus on each player when they're in a spot of bother, especially like that.
Yeah, that came out hot.
Yeah, that
You
did
could
come
see
out a
that
little
he
hot.
wanted to make sure he gets enough bat on ball there. Yeah. So, not the softness that you would need from there for it to stop close to the hole.
I like the way Kevin, before even reaching the hole, his eyewear is out to protect his eyes. Cool way to go about things, isn't it?
Well, that's the shade on number 6 is quite dark. I can tell you the trees are really tall. It's very dark and shady there, so his eyewear, you might not see the ball very well with his eyewear on in the shade there. So I guess he took it off.
Angad is now sizing up his what would seem to be fourth shot on hole number 6. Will be a very cool way if he holds it and saves par.
This is
So that would be par without making any
a
putts on
very
that.
busy road also. So there's a lot of commotion happening in the background.
Yeah,
So
that
you
is
need to keep very high focus levels on this playing this 6th hole, especially on or around the green.
yeah. That's road is pretty much about 20 yards away from where Angad is standing right now.
See, he's
Could get loud.
trying to hit something low and just landed on the green and let it release to the hole.
It looks like
He had a really good chip on number 18 yesterday, so might have caught it a little high on the club face. It came out quite dead.
Yeah, didn't get the kind of run he was expecting.
Yeah. Well, the third member in this group, the only one with a birdie putt on this hole, Angad and Kevin missed the green on the right. Akshay not having a best day, so maybe this would spark him on and change the tide. Well, we have Om Prakash Chauhan at 7 under also now. So we have 5 at 7 under, which is Dharma, Om Prakash, Arjun, Harinder, and Jairaj. So quite a log jam there. Then we have Karan at 9 and leader Jamal at 10. Akshay for birdie, left to right downhill.
And smoothly rolls in it and
That should give him a
gets
bit of
stroke.
confidence.
Yeah,
You
gets
see
a
the spring back in his step. Fist pumps with his fist shakes. What do you call it now? I'm not sure. It was the handshake earlier. Now what is that
It's
called?
pretty much the same thing.
It's called a
Releasing
shake
out
of fist.
some bent up energy.
Yeah.
The intent is that
That COVID-19 changed from the handshake to the fist touch.
COVID-19 changed a lot of things. People went elbow shakes, foot shakes, God knows what all. But the band seems to be recovering faster. Couldn't get any fast, but yeah, it was a scary time. Good to see the planet recovering from it, and things resumed to normal. Just missed his line by a hair, Kevin, on that part.
Yeah, maybe misread it a bit, or maybe looked like he wasn't so disappointed with the stroke.
Having learned the fact that he's played in the Winter Olympics goes to show how extremely fit the man is. Because that business is sheer physical.
Yeah, and a lot of focus. You know, the
Yeah.
alpine skiers go really fast downhill. You know, it's a tenacious endurance, you know, speed, everything, and you need really to be supremely stable and focused.
This is
Pankaj
in,
with his bogey part on number 6. This has got
Yeah.
a lot of turn on it.
not only it's got a little turn, but can be a serious momentum changer for him. He would like to send it into the bottom of the hole. Don't want a double bogey reflecting on your scorecard, especially when you're chasing a win.
Looks he started on line though.
Beautifully done down the middle with good pace.
Some bogeys are better than others.
That's what he would be telling himself.
Yeah, that bogey was more from his second shot than anything else. Yeah, probably a mental mistake of you know, going for that pin with a right to left ball pattern from the right side of the fairway.
And there you have it. Om Prakash balls up and away, running towards the hole. Seems to have.
Found the bunker in front.
Yeah, that rough can be a little severe to get your ball out of.
You know, it's a placement hole and with a long iron, so you know you shouldn't be missing the fairway.
Yeah, Opie won't be happy with it.
With
But
that.
having said that, Dharma has done the absolute opposite of it. He's placed himself in
Perfect.
perfect position. Good look at the flag. No trees in his path.
Yeah, it's hopefully he can execute it to his liking. Not sure where that ball finished up though.
We'll get to know very soon where that ball has ended up. And the third member has done the same thing as Dharma, placed himself in what's being called A1 position. Good angle coming into this flag.
And he likes to work it right to left, so you know this is probably best place he could come on this green zone. So dance floor is empty still. So not this this group has not been the best with their approach in. This is the chasing pack. This is the penultimate. No, this is the third last group. They we have. We have this is the group that needs to make sure that
Namaskara, welcome to my sweet home. She is my wife, Muniyamma. This is my son, Kiran. This is my daughter, Gopika. This is my Indian Open trophy. This is my son, longest strike trophy, and other son winning trophy here. And with Phil Mickelson picture with the Tiger Woods and Anias. China, there I played a World Golf Championship. There I took a picture with Tiger Woods, Daniels, and Phil Mickelson. This is a story of my life in the school book.
Hi, I'm myself Kiran Muniappa. This is my small brother Prem, and this is my sister Gopika, which you have already met her. So we have been playing golf since we were from childhood, and we were practicing in KGA, and we have made a golf course in our native place. When we have free time, we are going practicing there like my father, and we are willing to be a best golfers in the world.
how to putt. See now how I'll do it.
See?
How is the putt?
Very good. Keep it up. My family is working in golf course, so I went to see them. So I seeing member playing, so that's how I started playing golf. I couldn't buy a golf club, so I thought I will make a like a golf club. I cut a branch and make like a golf club. I used to practice with that club. That's my best memory because the Indian Open is a prestige tournament in India. So that is my dream actually, to win an Indian Open. So dream come true. So everybody knows me after winning an Indian Open, who's Muniappa.
We are like back with Om Prakash from the greenside bunker on number 6. As you remember, he was in the first on the rough on the left, and he found the bunker. This is quite a long bunker shot, almost 30 yards. So one of the tougher shots in golf. Yeah, not the best effort, but never know how his lie was in the bunker. He was surely very close to the face. The other two members in this group are M. Dharma and Abhinav Lohan. Lohan from long distance, coming up a bit shy. And Dharma pin high, about 35 feet. This has a lot of left to right border to it. So number 6 playing a bit challenging today with the pin position on the top right, making it difficult to get close to. And Dharma going through his routine as usual. Hopefully, he can get both them together. That was a really good effort from him. Got nothing left for his par now. So, 4 on number 6 is never a bad score with this pin position. It's something which we call it a sucker pin. Inviting you to take it on, and then if you don't execute to perfection, then it bites you. You can see the elevation change from the fairway to the green. You can see the spectator on the cart path. It's quite a elevation change to the pin from where the players hit the second shot. So Om Prakash backtracking a bit with that bogey. Well, Karan has made a bogey on number 4 and gone back to 8 under. Now he's tied for second with Kapil, and Jamal has held his ground at 10 under so far.
Karan is having an interesting round. He's gone bogeyed the first, birdie second, third, and bogeyed the fourth hole. So no pars on his scorecard till now. I'm sure he'll be looking to make more amends about that department and fire in a few birdies to catch up with the leader. So would Kapil, as Jamal sits 2 shots clear of the chasing duo of Kapil and Karan.
Abhinav is
Just seem to have
1 over today, and that should drop him further back to 2 over for today. And
Yeah, just
be
seem to
under for the
have
tournament.
read a little less break than there was on that part. There you have him going back and rehearsing the stroke.
Well, very few red numbers in the top 15 so far. Golf course playing a little tougher than it played yesterday. Maybe with the pins, added pressure. The chaser's trying to chase down leader, and the leader holding his ground so far. Jairaj from the extreme left of the fairway, the perfect angle to this flag. See all three balls lying in the same place. For him, it's a draw. So looks like he's on the dance floor. The other two members in this group are Arjun Sharma and Harinder Gupta. All three have found the left side of the fairway.
And this is a very big green for a short length hole. Gives you that impression that there's enough area to hit it, but the flags are tucked in angles which are not really that easy to attack. I'm sure Arjun with his approach shot would be attempting to prove me wrong.
Yeah, Arjun's 1 over today. So if he wants to make a move, it has to start now. He's got the yardage correct. So the reason we couldn't see Jairaj's ball finish is because it actually was finished really close to the hole. And Arjun is about 35 feet left of it.
Arjun's put it pin high, but a fair distance away from he would have intended to.
That how Arjun likes to move it right to left, and with that right ball position is always working away from it. Harinder with his approach on number 6. Very close to where Arjun is.
A similar line, but a little longer away from the hole.
So Harinder is part of that log jam at 7, along with Dharma, Om Prakash, and Jairaj. Jairaj has a relatively short putt to take him to 8 now. So he's making the move in the right direction. Should take that birdie, which seems to be quite close from the looks of it, about 5-6 feet, will take him to 8 under. 2 shots back of Jamal. Well, Chandigarh golf course is, like we spoke yesterday, always very supportive of professional golf. They've had a lot of golfing greats coming out of this golf course, the likes of the stalwart, I would say, of Indian professional golf, Chief Milkha Singh, Harmeet, Kalon, Arjuna Awadi, Uttam Singh Mundi, our CEO, and Amandeep Chol, Amritinder Singh, Ajitesh Sandhu, Sujan Singh,
Gurbaz Man. Quite the list keeps going on.
Now you have Yuvraj,
and we are forgetting the ever so smiley Ranjit Singh.
Yeah, so it's a golf course which has, you can see just from history, that it's really promoted golf a lot. It has a nice golf culture to it. There's always a positive vibe when you go to Chandigarh golf course. You feel like they're very supportive of good golf and junior golf and pro golf, all three. And it's 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 very important as far as growth of a sport that the venue is gives you that vibe of you can be yourself, and you're rubbing shoulders with the best, so that rubs off onto you as a kid, and that's it's just the whole it's the harmony at the golf course as far as golf is concerned.
Yeah, on that note, yeah, that Chandigarh is not only hospitable and promotes golf, it's a city which gives you that vibe of excelling in your professions. A good example of that is Shubhankar Sharma moved base from Gurgaon to Chandigarh at the peak of his powers. Goes to show that there is something about the city which is lucrative.
Yeah, and the air is clean too.
And the distances are less, so that makes it even more
Yeah,
pros
Arjun with his
to do
long
that.
birdie attempt.
Coming up, but just a little short,
Not too
Arjun.
bad.
It's a very good putt from that
Yeah,
distance.
it's we've seen so many come up short today, so he's probably better than what we've seen so far as far as getting the speed right on that putt. You see, very steady. He might have just come out of it a bit. It's a long putt though, so you need to put you might do that because you need to put a nice solid hit on it. Harinder with his long birdie attempt now, left to right, a bit downhill. That was always slow. That was always shy.
Yeah,
Not the
Harinder
best of efforts
seems
from
to
Harinder.
be having a certain amount of difficulty gauging the speed on the greens. Normally a excellent putter. I'm sure he'll get the round going within a matter of few holes.
Sometimes when you have these putts and you see balls coming up really short, it's sometimes it's just you get distracted by things around you, or you're lost in your own thoughts. It happens to all of us. So maybe one of those moments for Harinder. 8-footer for par left to right. Looks like he really powered it through the break, then didn't allow it. That would be disappointing for him, because Harinder was at that log jam at 7, and that drops him back to 6 under now. And Kapil has made a move on hole number 5. He's birdied it and he's moved to 9 under. And Karan has dropped a further stroke on number 5 and dropped back to 7 under. So you have the log jam at 7 under has Dharma on it, Jairaj, which has a birdie putt coming up, and Karan. So
Yeah, Jairaj
out of this log jam and
has hit a very good approach shot. We'll be looking to move the right direction, which is upwards, by making this putt. And he does that, slides it onto the high side. No show of emotions from Jairaj after that putt.
Yeah, he had a really good roll on it. You can see there's no bouncing. There's maybe he just took a little extra borrow on it, but speed was spot on. Good stroke. So you want to, when you're making good strokes, you're bound to hold putts at some point.
Arjun just cleaning up for his par on the 6th. So beginning of last year, I had the opportunity to play with Jairaj in one of the venues which PGTI has made it regular stop, Kalhar Blues and Greens. It's so fascinating when you're playing with the left-handed player. I was pretty much only interested in how the club is reacting for him, although it reacts pretty much the similar way for a right-handed player. But by the time I could realize, our rounds were finished, and I was just enjoying watching a left-handed player play.
Couple from on number 6 from the perfect spot. Yeah, he's played it out to the center. We've seen a lot of this putt today. It's quite slow.
Yeah, couples also moved in the right direction by birding the previous hole number 5, and over here he's put himself in the heart of the green with a slightly longer putt than his intentions would have been, but it's pin high.
Yeah, let's see if he can get the speed right. We've seen everybody come up short so far.
Yeah, that we've noticed on that hole that pretty much a lot of people are coming up short from that side.
Jamal on number 6. Yeah, he should be. He must be aiming to the center of the green on this hole. He likes to move it right to left. The trees overhang on the right. Yeah, probably A1 position for him. He's going to back himself with his putter. This is probably the thickest I've ever seen the rough at Chandigarh golf course. I've seen so many balls come up short from the rough. So Chandigarh generally we've played with less penalizing rough in the past. This is Karan on number 6. He's
Karan's gone
being
flag
aggressive,
hunting.
and he's pulled it off, which is he's had a few unconventional holes in the past 3 holes. He's after birding number 3, he's bogeyed number 4 and number 5. So he's looking to make amends quickly.
If you get some algorithm system going from Karan's round, it looks like he's going to birdie this hole.
He wants to stay par free, huh?
Yeah. With more birdies in it.
So outside chances for birdie for Kapil and Jamal. Realistic chance for birdie for Karan. Well, he needs to stop the bleeding right now. So Jairaj has moved into third by himself at 8 under, and then we have Dharma and Karan at 7 at tied 4th. At tied 6th, we have at 6 under we have Om Prakash Chauhan, Arjun Sharma, Harinder Gupta. So I would say anything outside that might not be a realistic chance to win. In tied 9th position right now is Mohammad Sanju along with Marimuthu and Abhinav at 3 under, and that's the top 10 right now. Kapil furthest from the hole. We've seen a lot of putts come up short from there. It's probably slower than it appears to be. Let's see if Kapil is seeing something different from what the others have seen.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch, as so would the galleries behind them. The leaders would like to watch a few exciting holes coming up for them. Hole number 6 has birdie looks from pretty much all directions in the right way.
Well, Kapil comes from a golfing family. Like we spoke yesterday, his father used to be a professional golfer, Kasturam. Played quite a lot of golf with him. Very nice person. And then his cousins, Sachin, Hani, and Ajay, all 3 play on the PGTI. Also, Hani is actually on the Asian Tour.
Hani is doing well in Thailand, which the Asian Tour event which is going on. At post round 1, he was inside top 5, if I'm not wrong. Couldn't follow up what happened in round 2, but an excellent player. Has back-to-back wins on PGTI, and we're talking about Hani Basaya.
Yeah, so Kapil with his long birdie attempt. So maybe he has the first putt we've seen actually going past the hole from there.
And narrowly missing out that too. He didn't have the line too much off.
Yeah. So he's probably feeling the speed spot on today. Next with his birdie putt is Jamal. Well, Jamal's putting has always been his strength, so he's narrow misses. It always feels like his misses looks like they might go in and they miss. So it's one of this. He's one of those putters who always hits the hole if he gets the speed. Yeah, taking a deep breath, getting down that heart rate, getting nerves in place. Yeah, see if you can get the speed correct also. Like I said, you see, it's always, his balls are always tracking the hole. If it misses, it looks like it's going to go in.
That is
a
true.
sign of a good putter.
Sending the ball online every time definitely helps. Not worrying about your start point. All you are concerned about is the marriage between line and pace, as you were mentioning that. Zamal just shying out on pace department over there.
Yeah, Karan, very realistic birdie putt here. Bit from his, what do we say, right to left, Aditya?
From the looks of what we've seen on this hole, this Karan pretty much has very hair movement from left to this hole. The slope of the hole takes the hole more towards high point being on the left half of the green and right half being the low point a little bit. So mild movement of the left could be possible.
Okay, and so he remains farless.
He remains farless, and that's a good way of staying farless nonetheless.
Yeah.
So he's fired in 3 birdies with 3 bogeys to keep him exactly where he started the round at 8 under par.
Yeah, he's back at 8, and now we have a two-way tie for third position at 8 under with him and Jairaj.
The galleries must be excited to see what Karan is doing.
Tied on top, making par then, and remaining one back of Jamal. So it's getting uncomfortable for our leader up at 10 under. He's not made a move upwards yet, so.
But he's not made
his ground steadily.
Not lost his ground also, which is something pretty much positive.
And he's not looked like he's going to lose his ground also. He's never looked.
The way he's been holding those 10-footers in doesn't look like that. It'll certainly require a charge from one of the chasing pack.
So this is what golf does to you. It gets you on your hands and knees sometimes. That's
Kevin seems to be
on number 8. On the
trying to figure out a way to get the club onto the ball.
Yeah. So he has maybe 3 options from there. He can get 2 club lengths, or not closer to the hole, or he can play from where it is, or he can go back to the tee box.
I don't think he'll be playing from where it is, because it's in a very tight spot.
Yeah.
Not easy to reach up to that, and Angad has left his approach a tee shot little short, would be looking to run it up to the hole. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Nicely released up to the hole. A very high quality chip from Angad. Made it look very simple because there's a serious elevation change on this also.
We'll be good to see what decision or choice Kevin takes on what to do from that thing. So, like I said, the 3 options for him. He can play from where it lies, which looks unlikely because, or he's taken option number 2, which is he's taken it 2 club lengths from where the ball lay, but not closer to the hole, which is.
Yeah, he seemed to have taken the smarter option of not getting into those and taking the penalty drop. Unfortunately, the chip did not end up the way he would have intended to. It's easy to, lose track of
it looks like
how
he
much
needs to just slow down a bit.
the grass is over there.
It looks like he's rushing into things right now. He needs to just take a nice deep breath and reset his mindset and go through his whole pre-shot routine.
Yeah, he could do with that, but I think with the background of Kevin, speed is the name of the speed is could pretty much be the mantra of his life. Wow, that nearly misses the
And
hole.
you know, he was really wanting to make that because double bogey is probably something which a golfer hates more than anything on earth, and bogeys you can still live with.
Yeah, double bogey on a shortish par 3 can really be nerve wracking. I'm sure Kevin is going to change the scorecard by firing up a few birdies in the coming few holes. He's got 10 holes to go. Watch out for the aggression in him for the next 10 holes.
Yes, and that was
That's the big guy from Bangalore, C. Muniappa, showing it how easy it is to make up and down from unconventional places in the simplest of ways. C. Muniappa, a former Indian Open winner, also holds a few trophies of his own on PGTI.
Om Prakash on number 8, par 3. Om is going around steady. He's 1 under for today. Sorry, take that statement back. He looks like he had some trouble on number 7. He's dropped from 6 under to 4 under.
That's Sarthak Chibber. Didn't hit it just a little bit more speed, and he would have had the ball in the bottom of the hole. It's easy to misread the speed if the green is sloping towards you and there is a little
Hole number
elevation.
12 from the looks of it.
Yeah, it's hole number 12.
And there's the front right pin there today. Sorry, middle right. It's 19 in and 4 from the right.
That's Dharma's ball in flight. Dharma eyeing it. I guess it's on the correct line, but maybe could be a distance issue.
The third member in this group is Abhinav Lohan. I'd call it this. This is very similar attitude players, very similar in their demeanor also. Om Prakash, Dharma. Om a little more faster with his pace of play than the other two.
Those who don't know, the people moving around in the background are in the esteemed place which holds the residence of the governor of Chandigarh. That's the,
there's the
boundary
governor's house
wall
at the
for
back,
the governor's house.
Abhinav not having the best of days today. He's 2 over after 7. So this group is Dharma is 1 under, so he's probably only 1 under par on this group.
So as it looks like, the leaderboard for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship round 4 is Zamal leading away, 1 shot clear of Kapil, who's at 9 under par. Jaraj seems to have made some ground and is at 8 under par, tied with Karan at tied third. Dharma, Arjun, Harinder, and
Are at 7 under.
Are at 7 under par, and close eye keeping pace with them is Angad at 5, Lohan at 4. The leaders will be playing the 7th hole, a treacherous 7th hole, as it is not only long but has 2 different dog legs on it. We are giving you live coverage of round 4 of
We're back live. This is hole number 12.
Yashash Chandra eyeing up his second shot on hole number 12. He has this tendency where he just, before the shot, just pulls out his right hand and tries to emulate what kind of ball shape he's going to produce. So from the looks of it, he's trying to move it a fraction left to right, which is the right shot as the flag is tucked in towards the right half of the green.
Yeah, good rhythm in his swing also.
Has hit a very good shot, just a little ahead of where he would have wanted, but on a flatter surface.
Yeah, but he covered the flag. Must have looked really good in the air. That's Abhinav on number 8, par 3.
Abhinav coming up just a little short. Must have looked really nice with the break moving towards the hole. For those of you who just joined us, you're watching PGTI Professionals, the top body of professional golf being played in our country. If you want to watch some really stellar golf, this is where you tune into. The Professional Golf Tour of India is the body which conducts tournaments nationwide and internationally also to promote the sport and give the athletes an opportunity to not only make a career in professional golf but also make some money while doing that and earn world ranking points. This tournament holds a prize purse of 1 CR, and along with that comes in a bunch of international world ranking recognized points. That was a very good shot by Om Prakash. PGTI has a few tour partners, some really big names of their various industries. One of them is Tata Steel. Tata Steel is the umbrella sponsor and has been supporting professional golf PGTI for a very long duration. Along with that is American Express, one of the leading banks, and Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus. If you are dehydrated, that's the drink to go. And the official timekeeper and tour partner is Rolex, leading #1 brand in timepieces. A newly joined up members are also Golf Plus Monthly and Golf Design India.
Yeah. This is Abhinav cleaning up for his par on number 8. Solid. These are the ones that have to keep your round going. The golfer is an athlete, very different from other sportsmen. He always stands alone. He starts and finishes the deed. Every shot is a one-on-one confrontation for him. He with him, his nervous system and his power of concentration, his ego, everything is it's a one-on-one confrontation. He can blame nobody for his failure, and he can take all the onus for his success, which is probably unlike any other sport.
So you're saying that whenever I blame the caddy for the wrong line, I'm going the wrong way about it?
Yeah, you.
But I'm expecting his help because he's supposed to help me out.
He's helping you the way he thinks is what he thinks is, but the club is in your hand, Aditya. So
That's true. That's true.
that was Dharma for birdie on number 8, third member in this group. Dharma, Lohan, and Om Prakash playing together. A little bit of work left for his par there.
It's a tricky read, that one, because of not only just the slope but also a little bit of elevation in this green.
Yeah, these on Bermuda greens, when you have the grain and the slope confronting each other, it's a very It's a very good guess, basically.
Let's call it an educated guess.
Yeah. Yeah, but Dharma, diligent as ever, is that's hole number 12 now. This is a group of Saptak Talwar, Yashash Chandra, and Kshitij Navid Kaul. That's Saptak. That was his birdie attempt on number 12. Saptak going. He's going pretty well today. He's even par and par for the event. Just right where he started. This is our penultimate group: Arjun, Sharma, Harinder Gupta, and Jairaj Singh Sandhu, making their way to hole number 8, par 3, uphill, 165, with a back left pin position today. Brings the trouble on the left into play. Kind of hole position that would suit Arjun's eye a lot. He likes to move the ball right to left. Eyeing it down. Yeah, looks like he's found the dance floor there. Next is Harinder. Harinder's lost a bit of ground past hole or two. He's backtracked to 6 under and now in joint 6th position with Arjun.
That's a very good shot, right underneath the hole.
Yeah, that's
Giriraj.
Yeah, that was the group of Udyan Mane, Shamim, and Giriraj. Yeah.
Having seen Giriraj up close while playing, he's a very good putter. Holds it from pretty much everywhere. Very, very solid putter.
Yeah, putting is a game within the game. It's something which is the only way to scoring well is putting well.
Yeah, I remember I was playing with him and he said, I'm not putting it well. And while we were submitting his scorecard, the number of ones that were there and the holes which he put the ball in were impressive. Imagine he's saying that on a bad day. What would he be doing on a good day?
Well, might not have been long ones, just short one putts. But there, Shamim Khan's short-siding himself a bit on number 12. The leader is still at Jamal at 10 under. He's holding ground. Shamim not having the best of days. He's 2 over for today and 1 over for the tournament. Moved down to 27th position. So Arjun's hit it close there with Harinder, and Jairaj in a bit of trouble. Has found the greenside bunker on number 8. Udyan has hit it through the fairway on number 12. So that's brilliantly played from there. There was hardly any place out there to hit it.
Yeah, because he had to keep it moving forward and low. Not an easy feat. And he's left himself with a relatively easier chip as he's got most of the green to work with. Jairaj has hit it a little further than he would have liked.
Yeah,
I guess the ball released a bit more than he would have thought.
Yeah, it just had very little spin on it.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Maybe the lie
That,
shown
yeah.
how good the ball was lying in the bunker.
Not sure how good the lie was, yes, because in general he's a very good bunker player.
Yeah, Giriraj in position A1, below the hole, uphill. And from what you said, Aditya, he must be, licking his chops on this one.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if he holds it.
That's Dharma on playing hole number 9 from the center fairway.
Yeah, that's pole position on this hole, placing himself nicely.
The pins up, back left today, 23 paces in.
That's
Number
it.
9
That's a
is
tight
one of the
flag.
longer holes at Chandigarh. It's measured at 430 yards. Plays a bit uphill for your second shot.
It's amongst the longer holes, but also is a very tight driving hole. Dharma just missing the green on the left hand side, but fairly easy chip and putt. That is, if he decides to chip it, but as he's on very thin grass, the fringe being very finely moved.
And from that swing, you can see his technique. He likes to change planes, and which encourages right to left ball flight. Om from the left side. He has to contend with the trees on his second shot. Yeah, but Om Prakash fires at everything.
Yes, and he's done a tremendous job with it. He's not only centered high, but has managed to control the distance pretty much as good as it gets. Luhan from the middle of the fairway should also be attacking the flag. Luhan has a more boring ball flight, it checks up faster, so won't be surprised if this thing lands within 5-6 yards of the hole and stops very quick.
Yeah, a little quick with tempo with his golf swing. It's always been like that.
Yeah.
And you can
from the flagstick. Nonetheless, it's a very good shot from where he was and gives him a relatively easier uphill putt going into a flag.
Yeah, this green also tilts from right to left, so it's generally, you saw Dharma's ball also releasing to the left because both of them brought it in from right to left, and Om Prakash likes to fade the ball, so his ball probably landed and held its line a bit more.
Yeah, this is one of those greens which has had some renovations and they've elongated the left half of it.
Arjun straight up for his birdie on number 8. This would start him moving in the right direction again. You could always see he was out of it before he hit it.
Yeah, I won't enjoy that stroke. But he hit a very good shot moving in close to the hole. That's your moving leaderboard. Gives you a track of how the players are performing, what their scores are. Gets updated hole by hole.
So our leader is still Jamal at 10 under, Kapil at 9 under in second position, and we have a tie at 8 under with Karan Pratap and Jairaj both. And then we have our fifth tied for fifth is Harinder along with Arjun at 6 under. And this is Karan on hole number 8, the par 3.
Karan seems to have launched it high. It's a good ball flight for this flag.
Watching eagerly, so it's got his interest, must be on the right line.
I think it might have come up just a little short from the hand gesture because if it doesn't land on the green, there's a small borrow in the fringe where it gets difficult to spot the ball.
Kapil, couldn't be anything more than 8 iron for him. Yeah, also looking eagerly interested in where that ball finishes up. So probably 2 good shots by Kapil and Karan there. And this is our leader, Jamal. He's been leading this tournament for a while now, ever since round number 2. Likes to work it right to left also. Yeah, looks like he might have overcooked this cookie a bit. Lohan on number 9 for his birdie, uphill. Yeah, that's good for speed.
That's
Always
very
seems
good
quite
for
drastically
speed.
uphill there. So, pretty good attempt by Abhinav there. Yeah, 4 is never a good bat score on number 9. I would take 4 fours if you gave me in a tournament on number 9.
Yeah, it's one of the more difficult holes in departments of putting the ball in play, as it's a very narrow landing zone. On top of that, the newly renovated green has added more characteristics, as it's given more pin positions towards the left half of the green where Mr. Chari has placed this flag today.
You can see Dharma using the Texas wedge, which is the putter from off the green. It's it's your choice on what club you want to use from when the ball's on the apron, because it's probably a confidence thing more than anything else. Om sizing up his birdie attempt. He's had a run of a few bad holes, so he's looking to make amends quickly. Giving it a lot of thought and attention, a little more than usual, I would say, as far as Om is concerned. After maybe got engaged in the line so much that forgot to hit it.
Yeah, Om Prakash, after birding the 7th, is moving in the right direction, is at 7 under par.
Yeah, this is our defending champion Yuvraj Singh Sandhu playing number 12 from the left side of the fairway. Perfect angle to this middle right pin on number 12.
Yeah, he's placed himself in the A1 spot, the best angle to attack the flag from there, which he's done. A little bit of backspin gives him a very relatively easy uphill putt, and that's the gallery.
Yeah, it shows the quality of the strike with the amount of spin he generated on that wedge shot.
That's true. Without speed and good smash factor based out of contact, it's not easy to generate that much amount of spin.
See good angles with his posture, swing also very much one plane, up and down, not too many loose ends there. Pretty compact, probably hit it exactly where he was aiming. And now with the spin, it brings him under the hole, so he can be aggressive with his putt.
And that's Arjun Sharma sizing up his second shot on hole number 9.
Yeah, it looks like he's hit a 3-wood or a hybrid off the tee, because he's laid himself quite far back there. So that's not a problem. It's a relatively big target. Arjun's a very accurate iron shot player. He is proximity to the hole with irons is right up there. Well, that was Tappy Guy from the right rough on number 12. And that's Arjun's ball finding the dance floor on number 9. So, yeah, realistic chance for birdie as well. And a little further up, Jairaj, a little further up in the center of the fairway. You can see, he prefers playing a draw, and you can see he started out off exactly where he wanted to. Probably he was aiming anywhere between the bunker and the flag.
Yeah, and he's left himself at a good look at birdie.
Yeah. Jairaj from the center of the fairway on number 9 now. And yeah, that should make amends to that bogey he made on number 8 very quickly.
Yeah, Jairaj has hit a spectacular shot into the 9th hole. Not easy to go flag hunting with that flag because it's a very small plateau where that flag has been
You can
put.
see his ball flight is a bit higher than Arjun's, and you saw how soft the ball landed once it hit the green.
Also helps that he had hit it way ahead in the fairway from where Arjun had placed his ball. Gives him a shorter club to generate more spin.
And the third member in this group is Harinder. He's also found the fairway on the left side, and he's found the right side of the green. Won't be extremely happy with it, but not too disappointed either. This is probably, for Harinder, the trees on the left were very much in play because he was coming from the left side of the fairway. Like you see the tree which is on your screen on the right of your screen. It actually comes in the line of sight of a player who's hit his ball. We have a little bit of a situation with our leader on number 8 now, Jamal.
Seems to be having the Kevin spot.
Yeah, he's hit it where Kevin had hit it a few minutes ago. And he's also taking the option of
Penalty draw.
Yeah,
This could make things very interesting for Kapil, Karan, who are very in the closer vicinity of chasing him down.
Yeah, remember from his body language, you could see that he'd pulled it a bit.
I think there's going to be a penalty draw because, from if memory serves me right, there is no such thing which could give you a free relief from there.
2 club lengths is anyway. He's measured 2, so it is definitely a penalty drop. Your free relief is generally just 1 club length.
Agreed.
It is 1 club length. So it's we have our referee on site, and he's going to expedite this. I think Jamal just went down on his knees and played it out of the bush. Well, Kevin could have thought about doing that also, right?
I think Kevin was in a more spot of bother than
that's a good shot. That could be a very important shot at the end of the day. This chip out on number 8 from.
That shot could have gone either or. Fortunately, Jamal's attempt at it has given him a good relief out of that, and we'll have a relatively simpler chip. You can see how much attention to detail Jamal is giving it, patting the flagstick out and trying to read the break on it, seeing the grain and where he wants to land it.
Harinder sizing up his putt on number 9. He doesn't know what's happening at the back. He's very much in the thick of things now. Outside chance for birdie. 35 feet right to left. And he had it tracking. Jamal with his chip on number 8. It just looks like he's heavy-handed it a bit. Left himself a little more work than he would have liked.
Yes, nobody would want that kind of a putt coming in, especially on a par 3 to save his bogey. But what Jamal's been doing with this length of putts, it should be mere formality. Having said that, it is actually
has changed.
Yeah, it's a nerve-wracking putt.
Yeah, it's your nervous system which is needs to it's the anxiety levels are higher when you're entering into the last few holes of leading a tournament compared to what we've been seeing him hold over the last 2 days on TV.
That's what it is. Stand tall when it's required. Test of patience, mental presence. Everything goes into winning a tournament. That's Arjun Sharma sizing up his birdie attempt.
He had a relatively short putt on the last hole. Let's see if he can make. Well,
think
his putter seems to have gone cold over the last few holes.
Yeah, he's having slight bit of difficulty gauging the breaks on the green. Not very easy Chandigarh golf courses greens to read. They pose their threats because of different contourings, undulations on the green. Some of them are very subtle and contouring, not very simple to read.
Gerard with a very, very makeable birdie on number 9. Gerard is at 7 under right now and 3 shots behind Jamal, our leader, who seems to be in a little bit of trouble on number 8.
Yeah, the people at Om Prakash, Harinder, and Jairaj are unaware of what's happening behind them. 7 under has into a play, and Jairaj rolls it in nice and smooth.
Joins Karan at 8 under in tie for 3rd position now.
Yeah, so from the looks of it, Zamal is definitely dropping one shot. Luckily,
Jamal
he just did one.
Putts, though, and it keeps him in the game at all times. You can see how important that aspect of golf is. His putter has kept him in the game.
I would really like to see the strokes gained by Zamal on the putting green. He's hold pretty much everything inside 10 feet. Hence, he's where he is.
So
what happens
from a stats point of view, the whole percentage on a 5-footer would be 70%. So he'll gain about 0.3 strokes on that putt.
That's the kind of difference which makes you win or lose tournaments.
So if he has 10 of those, he's gained 3 strokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We shall have a
Sanjeev on hole number 12 from the left side. Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow. Likes to move it left to right. Pins in the middle right, so yeah, not too bad, but won't be excited about it. Sanjeev Kumar trotting along. Lost a couple of shots to par today, so we want to make amends to that. Next, the next person in this group playing his shot, Sachin on number 12. Sachin also is 1 over today and 2 under for the tournament. So this is money country coming up for them. A stroke here and there will make a huge difference in the payout at the end of the day. Pristine looking Chandigarh Golf Club. Marimathu finding his way through the jungle.
Yeah, and I think I don't think it's actually has happened. The lead has been now shared with 2. After a very long while, with Zamal held on his own, is being shared with Kapil. So this makes things very, very interesting as 7, 8, and 9 puts 6 people in the hunt.
Yeah, but that that decision by Jamal with going on his knees and chipping from the rough and then holding that putt. Sorry, that's a big momentum saver. He's come out with a bogey, but it could have been much more.
It could have been much more, or he could have actually saved his bogey, even just made a simple chip and putt from there. But that decision was really quick, because quite frankly, from the viewing part of it, I was just realizing
much easier.
Yeah,
his chip was much easier than Kevin's chip.
Yeah, Kevin pretty much had nothing.
Yeah, so
to go with, because we saw Kevin also trying to get into the hedges and figure out a way, but probably had nothing.
Maybe he didn't have a shot.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have a shot.
So Marimathu from just right of the green, probably on the lip of the bunker. Sometimes it's better if it's in the bunker. This is the group of Marimathu, Sanjeev Kumar, and Sachin Basoya. They all 3 started at round. Sachin is 1 over for today, and well, we have a three-way tie now at the top. Karan, having birdied number 8, has moved to 9 under all as well. So it's Karan, Kapil, and Jamal share the lead at 9 under. Jairaj is stroke back at 8, and a further stroke back is Om Prakash and Handa at 7. Sachin for his birdie at number 12.
Sachin has a slightly longish birdie putt as a result of the ball spinning back.
Looks to have hit it enough though.
Yeah, he has hit it definitely enough, just a shade off at the line. Circling back to the heart rate monitor, I would love to see what the results show for Karan, as he's gone to birdie 4 holes out of 8 and bogeyed 3 and a standalone mere par on the par 5 15th feeling alone.
7th hole.
Sorry, on the 7th hole.
Yeah, par on 7 on 4 rounds would be a good score actually. It's probably a par 5 that you're not looking to birdie. You might make sure that you have a chance for birdie, but par is never a bad score on number 7.
Yeah, par on all 4 days on hole number 7 is something most of the people will not mind.
Yeah, Sanjeev lagging up his birdie. Keeps him at 2-0 for today. That's hole number 12. Sanjeev got a little bit of work. Not pretty straightforward putt on number 12 for his par. Yeah, good clean up there. Sachin also
Sanjeev just made it look very simple. This group has got 6 more holes to go, so they'll be looking to press the metal and move closer to the red figures, deep red figures. Sachin also clearing out for his par.
So every shot now counts, because this 1 crore of prize money is not just for the winner. It is distributed according to your positions. The winner getting on 15 to 16% of the prize money, and second place it's about 11% from what I remember, or 10.
Yeah,
so,
there's been a slight change in percentage.
So the percentages changed from tour to tour, but this is money country for professional golfers who are at the 2 under, 3 under mark, like Sanjeev and Sachin. So they need to come in strong and and take some confidence for next week, and also increase their monetary benefits.
Monetary benefits and the bigger picture of world ranking points that are available. Karan has hit a beautiful shot.
Karan is, tearing every flag down right now. He feels like he can tear down this golf course.
Yeah, having seen what he's done in the previous 8 holes, my money is on him making birdie on that hole. He's not very fond of pars today.
Yeah, like I spoke earlier, it's you need to win this from Jamal. He's not going to give it to you.
Yes, that is true, but now that there are 3 horses putting their necks out, one of them will have to outclass each.
Yeah, no, so the person who, goes out and takes the bull by its horn and, takes charge of it is going to come out on top. So, from the looks of it, right now it's Karan. Kapil's also under par though. Kapil is probably, he started at 7, so Kapil's at 2 under for today.
Kapil has been going the more conventional way, quiet, steady. He's placed himself in a very nice spot with 2 birdies and rest all pars. A nice clean card. I guess with the way Kapil is going, he's controlling his nerves and in
You
a
can't count out
better
Jairaj
way.
is having a great day today as well. Well, Kevin, having laid back quite far back on number 12, probably long iron off the tee. Yeah, leaving himself mid iron into that number 12. It's a small target, a small elevated target, narrow elevated target for a long iron.
And this is some really good work on the ninth from the left half of the fairway. We would have to see who that is. Definitely not Karan.
Yeah, Akshay from the center of the fairway on number 12. Akshay Sharma, local of Chandigarh golf course. This is his home course.
Akshay also won on this track, so he knows a thing or two about this track. Angad seems to have hit a monster on the 12th, placing himself in the correct half of the fairway. I don't think it'll be more than a sandwich going into this flag.
Yeah, probably not the easiest flag for him, and because he likes to move it right to left, but he's thread the needle there.
He's gone just a little ahead of the flag. I guess he was expecting a lot of backspin, which did not happen. Sometimes that does happen. You hit a flag in anticipation of the ball spinning back, but it gets a non-favorable bounce and does not spin as much as intended by the player.
You can see he's very strong physically. Kevin, there's a lot of brute strength in his golf swing. Coming up from the rough, he's flown it all the way up. Akshay, shortish backswing, very much in control, strong, physically strong, very not someone comes around as flashy or flamboyant, very reserved character. So if you really look at these three golfers, one's athletically but he's like athletically strong. One is just strong, and one is wildly athletic. Yeah, so three different body types. Yeah,
absolutely.
So lots of ways of skinning a cat.
Of course, lots of ways of skinning a cat, because Kevin can pick up a thing or two from both the gentlemen he's playing with, as they are seasoned professionals and both have wins under their belt.
Couple from the right of green number 9, chipping up, beautifully done.
Couple has hit a very good recovery shot on that hole. There you have Kevin trying to save his up and down to keep the card a little bit cleaner. That's Zamal hitting his putt. I think he has bogeyed this hole because that ball had come round from the tree line. This would be an interesting change of circumstances, because if Zamal has bogeyed that hole, then that breaks the three-way tie, and where Karan has hit a shot is a realistic chance for him to birdie the hole and move clear out as the sole leader. Interesting times for people to notice what's happening up and around. This can be a very big game changer. Karan trying to fix up the divot mark in front of him, giving all the attention that that stroke needs, leaving nothing unturned. I wonder who's having more anxiety, the man who's hitting the putt or the father who's following keenly what his ward is doing. Wow, narrowly misses out on that putt, but there'll certainly be a slight change in the leaders what has happened unless Zamal has saved his par, which seems to be a little unlikely from the reaction which he gave and the way that ball came up onto the green. Couple cleaning up for his par after that brilliant chip. He showed us how well you can use the contours of the green to your advantage in case you are in a spot of bother. So Angad cleaning up for his putt, and as it has it, unfortunate times have come across for Zamal, as Zamal has bogeyed the ninth hole also, which places him at 8 under par. And now we have Karan and Kapil at respectively 9 under par. Kapil being 2 under for the tournament, Karan 1 under for the tournament, have put themselves in pole position. Jairaj and Zamal are following. Actually, Zamal is following a downward spiral, which is the different of what Jairaj is doing, moving upwards in the right direction, and they both are tied third respectively. With 9 holes left for the leaders to go about it, interesting times have fallen upon us as the leader has a little bit of a slip up, which brings pretty much 7, 8, and 9 under
Wow,
par.
that was such a good read by Akshay. You can see it. He knew the pace of that putt. You know, you could see how much of local knowledge he has there. It was he's not having the best of days, but could be that would be something which turns things around for him. That takes him to 2 over for today.
Yeah, that was a
This is
brilliant
money
putt by
country,
him.
so every shot counts. So the best round so far today is by Sanit Bishnoi. He's 4 under for today and 3 under for the tournament, which is taking him up by 19 spots to tied 8th. Om cleaning up. Harinder for his
narrowly
number 10
lips
there.
out. It's
Yeah.
hole number 10.
I mean, Harinder is well and truly in this. He's just 2 shots back. So, and a couple of good holes, everything goes in the right direction for him as well. So he just needs to be patience would be the key word for him right now. Knowing Harinder, he's a little moody. He gets a little impatient sometimes when things are not going his way. So you can see the leaderboard in front of you. Karan, Kapil, Jairaj has joined them. Is that? I'm not sure if that.
The current look at the leaderboard gives us a view that Jairaj has birdied and has. No, there seems to be some correction coming up.
Yeah, and
as of what stands from the last updates, we have Karan and Kapil leading the event at 9 under par respectively.
And Jairaj and Jamal at 8, and then we have Harinder and Om Prakash at 7. So it looks like Jairaj has had a little bit of trouble on number 10. There's bogeyed number 10 and fallen to 7 under now. So he's in that log jam at 4, tied 4th with Om Prakash and him now. And Harinder has dropped for the shot back to 6 under. So 10th has had it's not the best hole for. It has got a lot of negative scoring today. We had a lot of bogeys coming on this, playing well over its par, and it's probably one of those holes that this group should. Par would be a good score for them.
Yeah, and you can see the galleries following the leaders as things are getting more and more interesting.
Yeah.
Zaman will be like looking to collect himself and
Live here with the live telecast of the PGTI Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023 presented by Chandigarh Golf Club. Things have heated up here. We have a joint lead at 9 under with Karan and Kapil, and our overnight leader Jamal has slipped up a bit today and is now 8 under, 2 over for today. And we have Om Prakash at 7 along with Jairaj. So tight leaderboard. Jamal needs to turn things around, get the ball moving in the right direction. A good shot here would definitely be a step in the right direction.
yeah, it will help calm the nerves.
Yeah, looks like he's a bit quick today. Looks to have started a bit left on him. Not sure where his fit.
Well, the flag was left. I think he's just overborrowed a little bit, and
it just looks like he's firing at things which he should not need to also.
But the way his playing partners are going in the right direction, he will have to step up a bit to catch them.
So our overnight leader Jamal in a bit of trouble on number 10 as well. He's missed the green on the left with the pin on at the top left, and
it's good to see the gallery size increasing and coming out to support the players. Always a welcome sight.
Yeah, lots of juniors watching the golf today, which is a really good thing.
I think
Jairaj,
Jairaj
yeah.
is also in a spot of bother.
On number
He's
11.
getting some ruling from what looks like to be HS Kang. Yeah.
Yeah, one of our on-course referees is HS Kang. He's a very, very
Seasoned amateur.
amateur golfer. I've known him for
Would seem
decades now.
like a lifetime.
Yeah, we have quite a few nicknames for him too. Yeah, looks like Jairaj has found a bit of trouble on number 11. He's
The stake
gonna be-
marks over there, they marked it as a hazard.
Yeah, it looks like it's a penalty zone there, so he
That
should
might
able to
be a
get-
lucky break for
yeah.
him.
Otherwise, he might have to.
From where that ball seems to be, I think he's got pretty much no shot from there.
Mhm.
Some Dharma also on hole number 12 in a spot of bother. But if I remember correct, there is an opening to go aerial. And with a lesser lofted club in some Dharma's hand,
He's
looks
found
like
it
what
though,
he's done.
Yeah,
He's found it and has escaped out of the woods, as they say.
Well, you know, they say tree is 90% air, and he just proved that right. Om, with his approach on number 12, covering the flagstick, little too much backspin, more than he would have wanted, but nevertheless, a good golf shot. Uphill chance at birdie. Lohan going through his rehearsals, trying to feel what he wants to do with that club as far as his shot decision is concerned. Goes high, goes the aerial high route, trying to land it softly with elevation. Pretty good result from there. Outside chance for birdie. You can see he's taken he's hoisted it high in the air so he can land it by the sheer elevation he's given to the golf ball, rather than, because coming from the rough you don't get any backspin, so you can either stop it with backspin or with elevation, and he's taken the latter. Hole number 12 is a dogleg right. It's a severe dogleg right actually. It measures at 417 yards. Jairaj having a bit of trouble on number 11, the long par 3, 204 yards. Current with his chip from the right of the green on number 10. You can see the different grains from the different color of the grass, the dark one being into the grain. Number 11 is playing its full length. They're probably more than 204 yards. The pins on the back left looks like it's almost not on the green. And Jairaj, pacing it out, trying to figure out what yardage he has left for his what would be his third shot, since he found the penalty zone with his tee shot. Jamal looks like his ball is okay. And the green side bunker on number 10. Pretty good shot from there. He had short-sighted himself. Yeah, and Jamal has been very solid from this distance this week. So, as a very, very makeable par putt there. You can see really soft. Laid the club face really open. Really early soft release of the wrists. Really good technique there. Dharma sizing up his chip on number 12. He's, as you remember, he was in the right trees, hoisted it over the trees, and he's found himself on the left edge of the green. A little heavy-handed with the chip. Wouldn't be very happy with that. Dharma Started the round at 6 under. He's 2 for today and finds himself at -4 at 8th position by himself. Jairaj hitting his third shot on number 11. Probably the best you could. You can see how tight the pin on number 11 is. It's literally not on the green, and not the green, not a hole that you want to miss the green on the left. Abhinav with his birdie attempt on number 12. Abhinav having a slow day, 2 over for today, 3 under for the event. Actually a pretty good shot from there. You know, if he had pitched a yard or so short, you know, the fringe would have slowed down the ball a bit. But if you know, sometimes you've got to take your medicine if you miss in the wrong place. Sorry, take your punishment. Prakash for birdie at number 12. 15 feet, probably dead straight. And he's got it. It's a bold move in the right direction for Om Prakash. He's taking himself to 8 under for the tournament. 1 shot back of the leaders Kapil and Karan. Kapil for his par on number 10. Yeah, solid.
Yeah, that's a good way to keep the momentum in the forward direction by Kapil. Don't want to lose shots with the back nine coming into play, and especially being at the top of the hill with Karan. Both are sharing the lead at 9 under par. OP stepping up in the right direction, moving himself into 8 under par and giving himself a look at what the leaders are doing.
Yeah, Om Prakash is the person I would watch out for, because he's
got
in
8
the right
wins.
direction right now. Yeah, and he knows how to win.
Yeah, up till very recently in Bangalore, where he won his first Challenge Tour event, was a big move as a career, and with world ranking points also in the bag.
Dharma for his par on number 12.
Yeah,
keep himself at 4 under in 8th position.
Dharma made the up and down look quite simple, especially after his tee shot had found himself deep in the woods. Lohan seems to be giving it the
Jamal
extra
has
look.
dropped further back with the bogey on number 10, which now he's 3-0 for today and 7 under for the event. And Karan and Kapil now hold their position on top at 9 under. Om Prakash has propelled himself to 3rd position at 8 under. And Jamal at 7 under. Not sure about what's going to transpire with Jairaj after finding the penalty zone on number 11. Abhinav cleaning up on number 12. Wasn't sure whether he had the line right, because it looked a little jittery there. Yeah. Abhinav is with ONGC. He's been with ONGC as a golfer for decade and a half, I would say now.
Yeah,
I used to work for ONGC as when I was an amateur earlier, so it's a really amazing organization to be with. They're very supportive of golf and sports in general.
Jairaj seems to have hit an unfortunate stretch of holes. Hole number 10 and 11. He's double bogeyed the 11th hole to drop further back into standalone 7th position at 5 under par.
Yeah, 11th is playing brutal today with that top left pin, uh, playing at 215 yards, and pin doesn't seem to be. It look from the tee, it looks like it's practically off the green.
Yeah, because it's not only tucked into the left, but it's a long-ish par three where you're having like the likes of four, as for the likes of six or a 5 iron going into the a tucked in flag, not easy to access.
Yeah, I would say this is where you show restraint and character and play to the center and back yourself with your putter.
Yeah, that's the smarter way to go about it.
Well,
No,
Jamal's wheels are coming off. He's gone 3 holes on a trot with bogeys. He might want to stop the bleeding quickly.
yeah, golf can be precarious at points of time. Nobody would have expected Zamal to go in a stretch of holes number 8, 9, and 10 and drop 3 shots because he's been sitting pretty on top of the leaderboard for most of this tournament.
You know, and like I said earlier, a few minutes ago, Om Prakash is looking really ominous right now. He's 3 under today, 8 under total, 1 shot back, and he's already contended with the 11th hole where our leaders are right now. So I would say he's put himself in a very, very good position to make a challenge at this.
With the end half of this tournament approaching towards the leaders, it's becoming a very interesting scenario for who is going to pip one off and take the lead.
You can see the moving scoreboard in front of you. Kapil and Karan at 9, and Jamal has fallen off a bit at 7. But you know, golf is a strange game. One good hole for Jamal, and he'll just make him forget everything and put him back in the right direction.
It seems to be Mohammad Sanju
playing number 15 from the looks of it.
Yeah, he's hitting it from the middle of the fairway, not an easy fairway to find.
And
Just seems to have overshot the green on the right hand a little bit.
Probably the longest par 4 you would play on tour at 475 yards, and it's a dog leg. You can't even hit it straight. You need to go along, so it plays more like a 510. You know.
Yeah,
You have a
it's
medium to
treacherous
long
hole.
iron coming in, very similar to a short par 5, I would say. So, and the pin today on number 15 is 30 in and 7 from the left. Okay, it's playing more like 530 now.
Yeah, the flag is in the back
It's going to be a
half.
challenging hole today, number 15.
It'll be interesting to watch what happens with Om Prakash also just a shot behind and entering hole numbers 12 and 13, 14, which give you realistic birdie opportunities.
Yeah, so Jamal has found the dance floor here, and not sure where Karan's hit his tee shot. And Kapil's a bit shy with just on the French. Yuvraj. Looks like he's playing
Yuvraj on the
playing number
15th hole.
15, yeah.
And has hit a good recovery shot from the thick stuff. The rough is very tall, and as the rough gets tall, it's easier to get the club shutting at impact. Difficult to control the ball flight, but Yuvraj seems to have done a very good job with that.
He can control the face through that rough. Though it's the longest I've ever seen at Chandigarh.
Yeah.
Makes it so much more challenging as far as scoring is concerned.
Yes, the maintenance staff has definitely made it a little bit more challenging by putting the rough pretty much ankle deep. And that's Kapil sizing up his birdie opportunity on hole number 11.
Yeah.
Well, should give a very good read to Zamal, which he really used that.
And the speed also. Jamal has never had a problem with the speed though. From yesterday, we've been watching him. He's been lagging it very close, and Probably the first 5-footer he's missed was the one on the last hole.
Yeah.
So
Zamal's given it the extra careful, watchful eye, as he would be looking to change
tap
the
guy
direction
on
where his
number
score is going.
number 15 now from the right rough.
So interesting position. We've seen three players playing it from all three directions. Mohammad Sanju from the middle of the fairway, Yuvraj on the left half of the rough, and Tapinder Ghai on the right side of the
Probably
fairway.
for Mohammad Sanju, the driver yardage is exact to the corner of the dog leg. But these longer hitters, they need to cut the corner a bit, and so maybe Yuvraj overdid it and Tapi bailed out a bit.
Yeah, that's true. Yuvraj and Tavi can hit at a country mile. Plus, another advantage for Sanju is that his original ball flight is a soft right to left movement, exactly where the hole is shaped. So it would be easy for him to find the fairway. Now, taking away the entirety of the shot.
He's not trying to take on the trees, actually. He's just going to shape it along the fairway. And it's going to... So, even though you might be a long hitter, sometimes the golf hole design doesn't allow you to be as aggressive as you want to be.
Yeah, I guess that's why they say risk and reward on extreme lines to cut across corners is very important.
So Jairaj is in a bit of trouble on number 12 as well. He was in the right rough.
And he's hit a very good... I'm not sure if that's Jairaj's ball.
It's the other person in the group, Arjun, I think. From the right
yeah,
rough
that's
as
Arjun
well.
has put it in a right good spot. Would have a relatively easy look.
The A1 position on this fairway.
Yeah, he couldn't have placed himself any better.
Well, he's still in it. He's at 6 under though. Harinder needs something to happen quickly. Like hitting a shot like that would
definitely help. Yeah. Yes. So Arjun
is also very, very much in it. He's still 6 under. So
yeah, 6. Just because of the misfortunes of Zamal, it has brought in a lot of players who would be very interested in what's happening and what they can do. So there you have it. The former defending champion of this venue, Yuvraj Sandhu, trying to chip it in under the watchful eyes of his father, Brigadier Sandhu, standing behind him.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a testing lie with the collar coming in behind the ball. So he's going to get a little bit of grass between the club and the ball. Very well done.
Wow, that's a very, very good shot.
That was really good touch.
From a tightest lie with the collar coming into play. Shows how crafty the young man is.
Chipping is probably something that this is Kapil for his par on number 11. Another 11 taking another victim here.
Not only a victim, 11 taking the leader to drop a shot and give the sole lead to Karan for the moment.
Well, we're not sure where Karan has, how Karan has played this hole yet.
From seeing what's happening around, there's no ball marker next to the hole. I'm presuming Karan's made his way and wrapped the hole up. Here's to hoping that he's made par on that, as Zamal has also done the same.
So Jamal remains at 7. Couple drops back to 8 from 9. This is our finishing hole, hole number 18.
That's a very good shot from the fairway trap. Not an easy shot to pull off from sandy bunkers, especially when the distance is that large.
Well, this is our 2009 Indian Open champion, Chinnaswamy Muniappa from Bangalore, finishing up his last hole for this event. And he's hit a little bit of good form of late. He was going through a back injury,
that's a very good shot
for a while, so he's back into his healthy self.
Yeah, every time you meet C. Muniappa, the only question I have for him is, "Are you feeling hale and hearty with your back?" And his response is, "I could do much better. I want to practice more." Shows the determination in the man. That's Varun Chopra from the United States attempting to knock down the flag, and he true also has hit a very good shot. That's the correct side if you want to be on this hole.
It looks like they've taken their patent final lay position to a different side of the green this time. We generally play the top right, but it's the front position. Very narrow section of the green. You could have, though you have a shortish club coming in, you want to take on that flag, but anything short of the flag, you might spin it back off the green. So you see a few balls coming in past, and which makes the putt a little more uh, challenging, I would say.
Yes, I guess the tournament director, Mr. Sampachari, was feeling a little nicer about where the flag is going to be on the 18th, because they, in general, on a final, they put it at a very treacherous spot, which brings not only water into play, but the accessing that flag from a fairway is not for the faint-hearted.
Tappy tidying up on number 15 for his par. So Tappy having a slow day. He and Yuvraj both 2 over for today, even par for the tournament in 20th position. Your wallet.
Not only wallet, that mindset gets affected if a relatively shorter part of that length gets lipped out and you're into the tail end of the tournament. You're generally wanting to see that you're moving in the right direction by holding those parts.
Yeah, and Mohammad Sanju is someone who's very solid tee to green. He's fairway than green kind of guy. He's not going to tear down flags, but he's not going to make mistakes like what we just saw him make.
Yeah, he just generally does not do the simple things wrong.
Yeah, he's very good with the simple stuff. That keeps his scoring generally very tight. He's a very consistent performer on the tour. And we are getting into the fag end of our event now. The lead has changed hands a few times in the last few holes.
Wow, Muniappa seems to be happy with that part.
Finally found the hole. He's had a dismal day. He was 5 over till that point, and that would take him down back to 4 over for the tournament and 4 over for the day.
Yeah, and he would be a happy chappy, as they say.
Taste better after that.
Yeah, that is true. It's always good to hold a putt, immaterial it being on the last hole with the gallery and pushing it forward.
Human beings have very short memory spans, so the last hole putt you remember more than any other.
Absolutely true, especially if it's the intended result what you were looking for.
Sarthak Chipper for his birdie. He was in the fairway bunker on the left. Maybe just overborrowed a bit.
I recently met him, Sarthak, at a practice facility where he was working with his coach trying to get better. So shows how much work is needed even during tournaments. If you have some issues with your game, there's never too late or too soon to fine tune what's happening in your game.
Yeah, Varun for his birdie now on number 18, wasting no time. Just underborrowed it there. Coming back to getting better, there's a very famous quote by the all-time great Tiger Woods. He says, I don't think I'm ever finished. Because when you think you're finished, then you're actually finished. You basically set the limits on how good you can be. So that's the mindset which goes out to all juniors watching this and trying to or thinking of picking up golf as a profession. It's continuous improvement. There's a Japanese proverb known as Kaizen, and Japan has Kaizen as its mindset as a nation. Kaizen means continuous improvement.
Coming back from Japan to the beautiful city of Chandigarh, that is Kapil sizing up his second shot on the 12th hole. He would be looking to make quick amends of a drop shot on the previous hole.
Yeah, Kapil's probably the first drop shot today. It was on number 11.
I think so. That's the case.
We would
and he's hit
attribute it to a 3-putt actually.
Very good shot into the 12th.
Yeah, and I've seen that putt a few times today. It's going to taper to the right at the end.
Yeah,
I've seen Sachin miss it, and we saw Om Prakash read it correctly.
Om Prakash just showcased his stamped authority of class on that by reading it to perfection and dropping it.
Yeah, Jamal with his approach at number 12, he needs to turn things around, head in the right direction. Arjun has come back to 7 under now, and he's in tied 4th along with Jamal. Kapil and Om Prakash at 8, and our leader is
Jamal has found some kind of rhythm back and has hit a stellar shot into that. I don't think it's more than 4 feet. It's a very. Yeah. I think that's the closest we've seen anybody on this flag.
It looks more like a 2.5 footer. Should be short work for him to move him back to 8 under.
As we were mentioning, 12, 13, 14 provide realistic birdie opportunities. There's Karan coming out of the thick stuff. He's trying to hike it really high so that he get some stop on it, and has done a very good job out of it.
Yeah, we saw Abhinav use the other way to get it close to the hole. Abhinav hoisted it much higher to land it softer. Maybe Karan might have had a more deeper lie in the rough. So all in all, a good effort from there. He's left himself an uphill putt for birdie. He's been putting well, and once you're putting well, everything looks every putt looks holeable.
Yeah, that does. He's put himself at the right spot because he standalones at the top at 9 under par. It's people who need to do the catching up to him, and he needs to do the running away from the pack chasing him.
Marimuthu on number 15 now, and Marimuthu is even par today, 3 under for the tournament. Not sure whether this is a par or birdie putt, but it finds the bottom of the hole. Marimuthu is keeping himself well and truly in the top 10 right now. He's at 10th spot, tied with Anga, then Sanit. Sanit, who he's the lowest round so far at 4 under, along with Om Prakash has just birdied number 13 and joined Karan at 9 under.
Yeah, as we were saying, keep an eye out for the man with 8 titles already in his bag. He knows how things he knows more than one way to get the thing done. And he is just showing that.
Sachin tidying up. Sachin is 1 over today and 2 under for the tournament. So these are important holes for the players who are in the top 10 to keep their position or improve on it. Two lowest scores so far today as by Om Prakash and Sanit Bishnoi. Sanit is a professional golfer whose sister Gorika is also a professional golfer, which is very. I know one more pair like that, which is Minwoo Lee, who plays on the PGA Tour, and his sister Minji Lee, who plays on the LPGA. Both winners on the PGA and no, I think Minwoo has yet to win on the PGA. He's won on the European Tour, DP World Tour, and Minji is a major title holder on the LPGA.
Wow, that's some tremendous rivalry in the family then.
Yeah, I told you, Karan is putting well, and he's
given it a real good look at holding that putt from.
Speed is spot on. He's not going to make any
unforced errors from the looks of it.
Putting is always something which keeps you in the fray at all times,
Yeah, and with the charge which Om Prakash is mounting, Karan would also be looking to follow suit on hole number 13, the reasonably easier par 5 on this golf course.
Kapil gets this read correct.
If Kapil gets this read correct, then we again
get an extra look. So he's trying to make sure what he's seeing is actually there or not.
Kapil has to just make this putt and get a tie back into the top at 9 under par.
It looks like a good part of 4.5, 5 feet. We've seen this ball move to the right at the end. So I would say Kapil needs to start it on the left center of the hole. Give it enough speed.
Yeah, you can't go outside the periphery of the hole.
See, he started there. You can see it moves to the right. Unsure of his line, I guess.
Yeah, because he had enough gas on it to move substantially past the hole.
It looked a bit jerky though.
It happens sometimes when the line is not right. The player is a little uncomfortable.
We called it correctly though.
Yes, finally we have seen one line correct.
Yeah. Sitting on.
But it doesn't matter because we are not the people pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
Is the player needs to move in the right direction.
Could have told Kapil, but we can't.
Yeah, for a few thousand, I would have definitely told him the line. Which would be breach of rules on every department.
I recently learned that, which I was not aware of, that if I tell a fellow competitor, okay, I hit a 5-iron, for example, I'm penalized.
Yeah,
I'm not allowed to give advice to any fellow competitor actually.
Of course, that
comes down to it, which is
breach of rules.
Yeah,
yes.
It was something that came up at the recently held Masters at Augusta, where some claim that Brooks indicated to his fellow competitor that
Brooks was playing with John Rahm in the final round, wasn't he?
No, the first two rounds he was playing with Gary Woodland, and on the 15th hole, par 5, he hits it on the green, and everybody says he's told Gary what he's hit, and Brooks says that I was just, it looked like he said 5, but he was also taking off his glove. So I'm just telling the viewers a little more about the rules of golf.
Yes,
you're not allowed to assist your fellow competitor because he's not the only competitor in the field. There are others playing also.
Yeah, you're definitely not allowed to give any piece of advice to a playing partner because it just simply is a breach of rules.
So that's the long dog leg 15th hole, and this is the group of Kevin.
And we'll have a close look at what the leader group is doing. Sorry, the leaderboard is of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023 hosted by Chandigarh Golf Club. Om Prakash, Karan find themselves at the top of the helm, tied at 9 under par with 12 and 13 respectively completed for both of them. Kapil is at 8 under par, standing alone third one shot adrift. Arjun Sharma, after his way of going about the golf course, has given him an opportunity, and he is at 8 under par, tying Kapil.
Looks like Arjun has just birdied number 13, which is the
And
short par five.
Zamal, after his troublesome stretch of 3 holes, has found himself dropping a few shots and is at 7 under par. So interesting times coming up in
Jamal
the.
has just birdied number 12 and come back at 8 and one shot back now. So he's on the. Hopefully, he's changed the tide now as far as his round goes.
Yeah.
He's moving in the right direction.
And here we have Kevin trying to salvage par on the 15th from the bunker.
Yeah.
And some seasoned.
Yeah, nice place to watch the golf from on a golf cart, right?
Yeah, you got shade and wheels, both
Yeah,
departments
sitting,
taken care of.
Sitting and in the shade.
You're sitting in the shade, and it gives you a bird's eye view of what's happening up front. Clear look at what the players are going to do. Kevin finding it a little difficult to reach up to the flag. Maybe he has not a very nice lie in the bunker.
Yeah, he's having a horrid day so far. He's 5 over for today after 14 holes, and that was a longish bunker shot. So
as
not
it
the easiest one.
as it shows, Angad has also missed the green on the 15th. It's a very, very difficult hole. The 15th, it can seriously make or break a tournament for any player. Angad electing to lob it a little higher, taking the contours out of play. If he chips it anything like he chipped on the hole number 10th, I think.
Yeah, he's been chipping the ball relatively well because he made a really good chip on
comes
on
up to
18 yesterday. Just came a bit short. That overturn saucer effect. You
yeah,
see how
overturn
the
saucer
green,
effect. Yeah.
The side of the greens are elevated, so false sides, false fronts, and you need to be very precise with your hitting your spot as far as chipping goes. Because if you are a little shy of where you've thought of landing it, the impact is much
not
higher. Yeah.
impact's not what you intended. Angad himself does not seem very appreciative of the shot which he's pulled off. Nonetheless, the putter is still there to give him support and save his par.
Akshay also has missed the screen on the right.
Yeah, but a very relatively easier chip coming up. He's electing to go pump and run. I'm going to land it and let the ball release towards the hole from the looks of it.
Akshay, 2 over today, 1 under for the tournament. So these are important finishing holes for him. He needs a few birdies would do him a world of good.
Yeah, Akshay also came up a little short of where he would have wanted that ball to have finished. It was a pretty conventional, simple bump and run. Kevin, on the other hand, has a sizable par attempt coming up on hole number 15th.
Clubhouse leader right now is Sanit Bishnoi at a total of 3 under for 4 rounds, 285.
Yeah, it's safe to say that 3 under par will fall a little short as to what the leaders are doing, as Om Prakash and Karan are battling it out among head to head.
Yeah, but Sanit last week also, last round, he had the low round last week also. So he tends to finish strong.
That's a good finish to any round.
Yeah, he just needs to put himself in a better position so he can, take on.
I'm sure he's young, he'll learn.
Yeah.
Because he's definitely got the game to back it up. 4 under par on a final round is not an easy feat to achieve.
Yeah. Well, golf is when I was a kid, I was probably the only kid on the golf course. In my generation, now you see the kids are starting so early, and with equipment also. And the equipment is so easily available. There are different sizes of golf sets. We used to get our hand downs from my dad. I remember we had to cut it down to size and then use it. But US kids and other brands who have different sizes, it's so much easier for people to start off playing golf early, and so many junior tournaments happening these days. um, um, it's
Angad narrowly misses out on his par attempt. I guess the break was a little less than what he saw.
yeah, it's
Easy to get confused with subtle breaks on some of the holes on this venue.
okay. This is Yashas Chandra, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Just watch out for what he does just before hitting the ball. There comes the hand, and he's again moving, visualizing a movement
So
of.
that was a visual draw.
It was a visual fade.
No, he did this.
Yeah, because he's facing us.
Yeah, no, I think he
He did
indicated
this.
the draw is aligned a bit right. You can, yeah, he's drawing it, Aditya. You didn't see it. He curved his finger inwards at the end. You see that his draw spin. He did this. Okay, so now it's really very helpful if all golfers did this, and would make life easier for us here at the
Commentary booth.
studio, because it's not the easiest thing to see on screen which way the ball is moving. You can see it's
That's a beautiful strike from him. Ball first, turf later. Just over muscled it a little bit.
yeah. Coming back to what I was speaking about earlier with junior tournaments and youngsters becoming good so much earlier compared to what it used to be, and it's they become so much more I would say seasoned with playing probably more tournaments than professional golfers, I would say.
These days, the attention to details about equipment, fiber, nutrition, health, it's amazing how detailed preparation goes into.
Yeah, that was Saptak Talwar covering the flag on number
That's
18.
a very good shot from Saptak.
Yes, Saptak's father started the Albatross Junior Tour more than a decade and a half ago, I would say, and has been very instrumental in junior golf grow. And now you have big brands like US Kids Golf, and we have coaches who have their own mini golf tours, junior golf tours. So Indian golf is looking good as far as growth is concerned.
That is true. Unfortunate timing for
Akshay,
Akshay
he's
as
really
his.
pissed with himself.
Yeah, more than himself, he's annoyed with what happened to the ball. It didn't catch enough of the hole to stay in, but caught enough of the hole to just give him that stare that it's gone in or not.
He got Mick Jagger's lip, basically.
He
a lot
got
of
something, and the
A lot of
putter
lip.
felt the brunt of it. But he's got a relatively easier stretch of holes in hole number 16 and 17 to make up for lost ground.
And that takes Akshay to 2 over for today and 1 under for the tournament. Our leaders are still Om Prakash and Karan at 9
Pratap.
under. We have Arjun at 8 under, along with Jamal and Kapil. So there's 3 people at 8 and 2 at 9, which is
Yeah, Arjun seems to have moved forward in the correct direction.
yeah.
That's some serious work in the latter half of the event. Not easy to find birdies.
So, but Karan and Jamal and Kapil have 13, which is a relatively easy par 5, I would say. So we could see a change coming in now.
Yeah, realistic possibility of either of those 3 amongst the leader groups to not only try and birdie it, but with the length of what Karan's got, he could probably stiff it in and make a good putt to move, save 2 shots on that hole.
Well, it's always good to take shot at a time, is what they say in golf. But we are here, we're predicting a few things. which
We're
is
trying to
probably
keep
our
things a little
job,
lively.
to predict as close as we can. And so we don't have to take our efforts back as often as we might have.
Yeah, that is true.
But golf is a very unpredictable game. It's though we can definitely see the winner coming out of the top 5 right now, which is,
I guess I got a little excited with what's happening with the leaderboards, the constant shuffle and the good moves by Karan and Om Prakash has brought in a lot of play. Zamal's spiral down, unfortunately, has brought in a lot of players into the fray of contending for this title.
yeah. I remember after 9 yesterday, Jamal was at 11 under. He had taken it to 11 under, which is right now 2 clear of Om and Karan. So the last I would say 27 odd holes have he's had a little bit of a backward spiral there. But he's just birdied number 12, and he's got the relatively easy par 5 13 coming up. So we could see a little bit of change coming there. And Om is playing the tough par 4 15th. So, and from the looks of it, he's missed it left. The pin on number 15 again to our viewers is 7 left and 30 in, which is it's playing its full length of 475 yards. Kshitij for birdie on number 18 just
narrowly misses
firm.
it out. Misses it out. I think he overpowered the break. It's easy because that same saucer effect comes in over here. Also, the ball is climbing up a hill and then dropping down off it. So easy to hit it a little past, even if you're not interested or intended in doing that.
So Dharma explaining to his caddy what he wants to do with that pitch coming up on number 15. It looks like he found a bit of trouble off the tee, has pitched up to 30-40 yards from the green. He paced it out. He's just now he needs to commit to what he's decided as far as the flight of the ball goes and where he wants to pitch it, and remain committed to it. Commit to the yardage you've chosen, commit to the shot you've chosen, and then commit to the swing you need to make to hit that shot. So 3 commitments required for proper execution. Looks like he's got all of them spot on. That's a really
that's
good
a
play from there.
Fabulous effort from there. I guess he was in advance telling his caddy, this is exactly what I'm going to do, and it's this near perfect execution also to that.
Yeah, he's hit this spot. You can see that he stayed with the shot. You can see the body is very stable through it, so it's probably exactly like he had visualized it. Visualization is almost like playing the shot before you play it.
That is true. You have to have visuals of what you intend to do to make your subconscious aware and let your body commit and execute that.
So Abhinav overpowering the screen a bit.
There's going to be a tight up and down because the grain is towards him from where he's chipping and the green is sloping away from him. So all in all, the percentage of this difficulty is very high.
Finds himself in the top 10 right now. He's at 4 under.
There, as you see, the ball, because of the severity of the slope, even after a very good execution on Lohan's department, is still found itself substantially away and running away from the hole.
You can see, though Dharma had a longer shot, he had an easier shot. Om has found an upslope, which makes this shot much easier.
Yeah, Om has hit a good shot. Would have liked it to be a little closer, but nonetheless, it's a relatively easier par putt. Crucial for momentum, though.
Yeah, he's if he pars this, he's in a very strong position because this is from what we've seen over the past hour or so. Number 15 has had its fair share of victims. we saw Akshay and Angad bogey a while ago. Then we saw Mohammad Sanju also miss a small one. So we've seen a few bogeys coming up on number 15. So it's not playing. It's playing above his par for sure today. Abhinav, he's giving it all the importance it needs. Very regimented in his approach, and it's his character also. I know a little of him. I don't know him that well, but the little I know of him, he's very regimented. He likes things done. Almost see him do the same thing again and again, which is probably something you need in golf. That's
he's
very on number 18.
He's very meticulous about things and likes to go about them on a more repetitive manner to help him understand it better, and as a byproduct help him execute it better.
So Karan has just birdied number 13 and moved to 10 under. So he's in sole position of the lead now at 10 under. Jamal has parred and remains at 8, and Kapil birdied and has moved to 9. So as things stand right now, Karan is our leader at 10 under. We have Om Prakash and Kapil Kumar at 9 under. Jamal at 8. Arjun, Jairaj at 7.
That's making things very, very interesting.
Yeah.
As we have the defending champion trying some innovation on the hole number 18th. I think he's trying to keep it low.
Looks a little bit like
He's more towards.
This we have. Udayan playing 18 right now.
Mm.
Udayan playing this 18th hole much better than he played yesterday. We found an order on his second shot.
Far better execution on this attempt.
Well, Dharma has had a good read on this from Lohan's part, and he knows how this is going to move. Almost looks like he almost wills it into the hole. He stoops over it, grinds into it and wills it into the hole.
Yeah, that takes a lot to stay in it.
Yeah, and
very, very nicely done.
Well, this is an important part for as far as the outcome of this tournament is concerned.
Yes, as Om Prakash finds himself just a shot away adrift from the leader, which is Karan Pratap after birding the hole number 13. My money is on it finding the bottom of the hole without any effort.
Yeah, this is very routine for him.
I think we got the commentator's curse from us. I think we jinxed him. Never seen Om Prakash miss such simple putts.
We've seen a lot of small putts being missed on number 15 today, Aditya. They're not seeing something which is there. I don't know what it is, but it is. We've seen a lot of lip outs on number 15.
Yeah, both Angad and Akshay seem to have affected with that. And then Dharma did a brilliant job of finding the bottom.
Yeah.
As we saw, Om Prakash also having lip issues on the 15th.
So
maybe there is a subtle break which is not very clearly visible.
Yeah. Om Prakash drops back to 8 under. Now, that leaves Kapil in sole possession of second at 9, and the lead is with Karan at 10 under. Well, Jairaj is also, made up for his blemishes in the beginning of the back nine with the bogey and double bogey on 10 and 11. He's back to red figures for today and 7 under. He's still in it. Golf is a funny game. Funny things have happened. Shamim on number 18, his last hole. 1 over for today, even par for the tournament. Chip in will make him feel much better. But
Yeah, that was
bit
a
shy there.
brilliant chip from him, coming up 2-3 rolls short though, but a very, very good attempt. Shamim has some brilliant short game touch.
The other Bangladeshis in the field remaining are Badal Hussain and Mohammad Akbar Hussain. Both are under par today. But what wouldn't Jamal give for that right now? But he's just probably must have just missed birdie on number 13. Then for his birdie on number 18. Arjun playing his approach on number 15, the long par 4. And probably the closest we've seen for a while as far as regulation play goes.
Then trying to make amends of what happened on this hole the last time around he was here. Too good a player to stay down.
Then 1 under today, 2 under for the tournament. This will actually get him into the top 10.
Wow, narrowly misses out on that. It was a brilliant putt.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. There's many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Yes.
And that would look really good for a really long time.
Yeah, it just marginally dropped offline as it neared the way to the hole.
He might feel cheated.
In this sport, we all do.
No round is ever good enough. No. Giriraj got a little sloppy there.
I think he got disturbed with something.
I don't think he's taking this very seriously. Yeah.
That's very unfortunate of what has happened. Normally a brilliant putter.
Yeah, I think he
just took it a little too
casually,
lightly.
Yeah. Golf has a way of teaching you things.
Yeah, every day I tell myself that.
Sometimes the learnings sometimes are harsher than others. Well, we have still a lot of excitement remaining. Our leader is Karan at 10. He was our runner-up last week, lost in a playoff in Noida to Gaurav Pratap, and at second position at 9 under is Kapil Kumar. We have Om Prakash and Jamal Hussain at 8 under, Arjun, Jairaj at 7, and then we have Harinder at 6. A further shot back at 5 is Dharma, and at 4.
Direction towards deeper, lower red numbers 10, 9, and 8 respectively. There you have Mari Muthu on your screens coming up.
This is
on the
17.
hole number 17.
Yeah, okay. Marimuthu, you need to make amends from what you did yesterday. He had this similar shot yesterday, remember?
Yeah, he came up short with it.
And he duffed it a bit and came up short, ended up just making par. Today's a new day. He's going well today. He's 1 under, 4 under for the tournament. So a good chip here would. I don't think he likes the 17th chip that much.
I think this time around, but he went not to just flight it, but run it up. Came up a little short again.
Yeah, and it's a front flag.
So it sometimes happens on a front flag. It is very less room to get the ball landing and stop soon.
Almost off the green. It's 5 feet, 5 yards in, and 5 from the right.
Yeah. So what we see is not as simple. So spectating golf and executing golf are two different realm of spares.
Sachin wanted to learn something from that shot. I don't think he learned much. So he's done his own assessment.
I think Sachin's also going the Marimuthi way, just bump and then let it release. And he's done a tremendous job with it. Must have looked so good next to the hole while it was chasing away.
Well, relatively short par 4, number 17. Players look to birdie it because they have birdie stretch, I would say, between 16 and 17. 17 is just 380 yards long. For this modern day length of hole, this is relatively short. But it gives you multiple choices of the tee. Depends on how much of the dogleg you want to take on. Risk and reward hole. Sanjeev on your screen from Lucknow. Got a little distracted with the ball landing right next to him.
Little unfortunate.
Behind, yeah.
But nonetheless, his ball is still very close to the hole. Yeah, but it's easy to get distracted when an object lands suddenly behind you while you're hitting a shot.
15. Oh, that would be felt like an eagle actually if he had hold that.
Arjun is having near misses to the hole. Any one of them can catapult him.
You can see the anguish in his face. He thought he had it. And
yeah,
that would really set the cat amongst the pigeons because that would take him to 8 under and just 2 shots back. 2 shots is much more realistic with 3 holes to go.
Yeah, especially with the leaders having to play content with the treacherous 15th hole.
Yeah. So our leaders, all 3 in the leader group have parred number 14, and they are on playing 15 now.
And we are into the absolute death holes of the tournament with 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th left for the leaders, and for Jairaj, Harinder and Arjun, 3 holes to go. 2 realistic par holes.
For Marimutu, that felt like a bogey. He hits it so far, and he's found the front of the green almost both days, and he's
walked off with pars on that.
Walked off with pars. It's like
it would feel like a robbery, daylight robbery happening.
It'll feel more like a bogey to him. Sanjeev sizing up his putt on number 17. Again, a bit distracted, the tee shots of the group behind are coming ominously close to the green. I think the landing thud of the ball distracts the person who's putting.
The group behind is trying to gun down Sanjeev, I guess, because they have been landing balls right, left, right, and center of where he is. Quite disturbing, though.
I think he has 30 seconds before the next shot comes, so he should quickly hit it.
He has. He's done a brilliant job with it.
Yeah, I mean, before he gets hit with another one.
Yeah. Goes to show how aggressive the group behind them is taking hole number 17.
A little bit of tree trouble on number 15 with our leader group. Nobody seems to have hit the fairway. Jamal further right, and then so is Kapil and
Yeah, we can see the entire 3 ball moving towards the right hand side. It's very easy to overshoot it if the ball does not take the desired curvature on this hole, which is substantial, as the hole sharply moves left.
Yeah, it's almost 90 degrees, and there's a pump house on the left, which is out of bounds. So you don't want to cut it too much. And
Pump house
if
is
you
not
don't,
out of bounds. Pump house
it's
is
still
free relief.
It's free relief now.
It's
Okay.
free
When
relief.
we used to play, it used to be out of bounds.
This week it's free relief.
Okay, probably the easiest putt on that green from the left. That was Mohammad Sanju playing number 18. You can see Yuvraj and Tappy have hit
monstrous drives on
Yeah.
this.
Which shoulder has Yuvraj?
His right shoulder is bothering him.
You can see him swing the club with the right arm there. Might not want to do it with just one arm right now. Yeah, but left himself below the hole. Just got that little bit of that saucer.
Yeah, with the regime which Yuvraj puts himself into, not only just practice but mental routine and rigorous physical training, sometimes the body just takes a niggle here or there, and which reflects into some kind of pain. I think he's just fighting that. Should give himself a little bit of rest time to heal up, and we'll be up
I
and
think,
running.
You know what we have seen with golfers in the Indian subcontinent. We put in the work, but we don't give adequate importance to recovery. And recovery is where your muscles get stronger. It's not from the workout. The workout is tearing the muscle, and the recovery makes it stronger. And everybody has this misconception that I'm going to work out every day as hard as I can and I'm going to get stronger. It's not going to work that way. You need that recovery for it to heal, and then you need to find that balance as far as workout and is concerned.
Yes, as the modern day science is providing us the data and the intel to showcase that it's the right balance in this department, which will only help a person get better.
A big invention in this field is the Whoop band. Since I coached some juniors, and by the way, one of my juniors won an amateur event yesterday. I was quite happy. He shot 66 in the last round to win. But today he wanted to come and practice, but his Whoop band recovery just shows it at 17% recovery, which is not enough. It's got to be at least 70 to put in some work. So it's knowing when to put in the work. Since you're going to put in the work, you might as well put in the work at the right time so you get benefit from it. Kapil sizing up his shot from the trees on number 15. You can see he has a gap. He can get it to the green, I think. It's a little bit of once you hit in the trees in Chandigarh, there's a little bit of luck factor involved in whether you find a gap or not. The trees are quite closely knit.
Yeah, that is true. It is a difficult tee shot, and seems to be a fortunate opening for Kapil. Let's see and hope that he makes the most of it. Having said that, it's not as simple as what we are describing it as. The opening is definitely there, but you still have to maneuver the rough, the tree line, and the distance.
Yeah. And he has to look at this shot as a challenge rather than an obstacle. This is a challenge in front of him, and he needs to overcome it, and gets his visual intact, and Tappy powering that putt from the front. I guess a little bit of desperation, wanting to hold it. Tournament director finding his way to Kapil, who finds himself in a little bit of trouble on number 15. If I guess he's getting relief. Oh, that is a huge break because if he drops it where he's got that club coming out now, from where his ball originally lay next to that thin tree, which you can see in the gap on the left, he had no shot.
Yeah, this gap is
Now
going to
this
give him a
gap is
bigger
much
view.
wider, and it opens up. It's leading to the open part of the green. He drops it. He's got a clear shot. That's a really big. It's a really lucky break for Kapil there.
Yeah, so this
Yeah.
week they have some saplings which have stakes or
And if he
guarding bodies over there, from which you can get
and
free
if he
relief.
drops
Seems
it
to be
twice,
that.
okay, the ball's in play. If he had dropped it twice and it moved again, he could have placed it also. That would be an even bigger break.
Yeah, but in that rough, I don't think that ball is going out of 2 club lengths.
No, first one actually he dropped it inside and it rolled outside. So he can.
Yeah, the new rule suggests that you make a D out of it and it stays inbound.
Yeah.
So maybe I think he dropped it too close to the edge periphery of the D and it bounced out.
So that's Angad on number 17 in the right rough, having a little bit of tree trouble himself.
It's easy to catch the tree line on the ball when the ball is on its descent down, because these trees are extremely tall.
Okay, that was Kevin disturbing Sanjeev, by the way.
Yeah.
Chip, yeah. Kevin, you need to apologize to Sanjeev once you've finished.
I mean, it's not his fault.
No,
Also, he wouldn't have known what's happening.
That was just a joke. It was not. That was not nothing serious.
The sole interest in Kevin right now is to pop that ball in the hole and
Make
move
amends.
along. Yeah.
It's
Good to see he's still taking the aggressive route out and backing his skills after the unfortunate which has happened in the round.
Kapil with his second on number 15 now.
This will be interesting.
I didn't see that ball. Did you?
I think that ball did something weird, not what desired, because Kapil doesn't seem to be coming towards the green. He's going more sideways than anything else.
Yeah, it looked like he needed to cut it, and that looked more like a draw, draw swing. He could have, must have started to put right on him. Yeah, that right shoulder up is not a sign for a cut. It's more when you're trying to move it right to left.
It could be a further interesting turn of events.
It shows us how proud he is of his heritage.
Yeah. The symbolic sign of the Sikh culture. Proudly wears it on his bag and also has reflections of that if you know him up close and personal. Takes a while to figure out what kind of music he understands or listens to, because it's in his pretty much native language. I've always trying to figure out what he plays in his car. Goes over my head.
Yeah. So you have done a few road trips with him, I guess, right?
Yeah, he's been a roommate of mine for a few occasions. Very, very interesting man. Very hardworking guy.
Well, this game is it tests you out every day. So this hard work is paramount when it comes to golf, and sometimes hard and smart would be even better.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of being his roommates on his first, second, and third wins respectively. So much so I was trying to put it in his brain that if I'm not your roommate, you're not going to win.
You wanted to be his lucky charm, you mean to say?
I just wanted him to get me a nice dinner party after we've done.
Yeah, a man always thinks to his stomach, by the way. So there's nothing wrong.
Yeah, especially if the tagline is free somewhere over there. A free dinner is always more better off.
Akshay finishing up on 18 now. Oh, this is 17, sorry. Yeah, looks like he's birdied that hole. And that's Sanjeev on number 18 from the left, I guess. Yes.
Yeah, he's threaded it very nicely.
It's quite far for a driver, right?
I don't think a ball can land up that far in.
So presuming that's his third shot there. Well played though. He's put in.
Yeah, he's threaded it very nicely through the gap.
Got a little jumpy and stopped the roll. Almost perfect there.
Yeah, he's put himself right next to the green and should be a fairly routine. Either chip in or one putt to save his par. That is in case he's there in
he's decided to putt it.
Yeah, he's got the putter out.
He's having
For once,
nothing
I've
to
made
do with
the
wedges.
right educated guess about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, still smiling, which is good. So yes, Kapil has come out and found the front right of the green from the looks of it. Kids are having a good time there, chit-chatting.
Yeah, watching some very good golf being played around. It's good to see the youth trying
Yeah.
to see how the game is done in the right manner,
And that
following
looks
the
like
leaders.
a little shy there. There's a little work left for his par, and from what looks to be Karan has found the green with his
It'll be interesting to
second
see
shot.
what. That's a
Maru
very,
Muthu will
very
oh,
good execution
oh, that
from
makes
Mari
up for
Muthu.
that chip on number 17, Maru
Yes.
Muthu. It's you can forget about that now.
Mari Muthu has shown us how to hit a relatively long bunker shot to near perfection.
Yeah. Still unfazed. He's got a stern look of a station master. You know, he's never. You can. I haven't seen him smile yet.
I think the only thing in his mindset is attack and either green light or red light. More likely green light.
Karan, this is a really long putt. To our viewers, it's the pin is 30 yards in, and he's
And
just about
looks
maybe a
about
couple of
five yards in.
5 yards in. So we would say like something close to 75, 80 feet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with a lot of undulation. This will be
This
a
will test
tester.
him out. Yeah. But then when you have to win, you have to answer all the tests. So this is Om Prakash has birdied number 16 and moved to 9 under now again.
Om Prakash is staying hot at the leader's tail.
That's really well judged.
That's a very good effort from that far out. Leaves him with a easier putt. Leaves him in.
You can see he held his composure beautifully through the stroke. There was no anxious looking to see, or he was stayed with it, stayed down through it. Yeah, made good contact with it. So generally, long putts when you end up short is when you get a little anxious and you look up and your body comes out of it a bit, and then you mishit it a bit.
Yeah, that is so much possible, but Karan has made a good part of it and put himself really close to the hole. It'll be interesting to see what is Zamal here in.
Well, it looks like he's in 3 though. He couldn't have hit his drive with a wedge in. Yeah, because I saw him in the trees.
We didn't see him hit his wedge though.
Yeah, he hit a wedge from the fairway. Yeah, and up and out of it a bit quickly. You can see we were just talking about it. In long putts, when you come up and out of it, generally the ball comes up short.
It affects
You might
the
want to just take
distance.
your time over it. Yeah, this has not been the most,
Fortunate time for Zamal.
Fortunate holes for the last few groups. We've seen a lot of small putts slip out. So
It so happens there is a certain amount of nerves which kick in towards the closing half of the tournament, especially when you're in the top 3 leader groups, because every shot is a step forward or a step backwards. Nobody likes that.
He's got that 6, 7, 8 footer, whatever, for his par to keep him within one of Karan, who has got a 2.5, 3 footer coming up for his par.
Yeah, this is a real tester for him.
Yeah, he stayed with it.
Yeah, the small fist pump downward shows the importance of that putt and how happy he is with that he's found the bottom of the hole.
Made Karan's putt a bit longer there.
I think Karan's putt is already sizably longer as Om Prakash is sniffing around his heels.
So we have Karan still at 10, Om Prakash and Kapil Kumar both at 9. And we have the group of Om Prakash on the 17th now. He's playing along with Abhinav, who's on our screen right now. So we'll get to see what Om does on this hole. So Abhinav leaving himself distance wedge short. Probably, what do you think he used off the tee?
For Lohan to end up there, it could be a 3-wood because
Yeah,
a 3-wood or a hybrid, because drivers don't end up that far out on this hole unless there's been a unfortunate ricochet of the trees, which actually would be a good ricochet if he's found the fairway.
Yeah, Om Prakash has hit the fairway, and he's about 20 yards short of the green on the right. Relatively easy up and down. Crucial at this juncture as well, as far as his tournament result is concerned.
There's Dharma being extra careful, just checking up if his ball is on the green or outside.
Even Om Prakash takes his time sometimes when it's important.
Yeah, with the prize money and the points,
he's been so spontaneous.
By now, he would have been marking the golf ball on the green.
Yeah,
he knows the importance of the shot, at what juncture he's standing, and the
I like
relevance
what he's doing
that
with
has.
his sip of water, getting his heart rate down. That is very important. These are
Small.
fine muscle movement shots which need lower heart rates.
Yeah, these small anecdotes which you can and should do to be more present and aware of what's happening.
Now he's pitched it exactly where he went and the spot he had chosen.
Om Prakash has hit a very, very good shot from that far out, because the flag is just 5 paces in and not easy to access it, because as we just saw Marimuthu and
he's just come
one
off
more
a birdie
player
on
come
number
up short.
16, so he's got momentum on
I
his
think his
side.
stride has gone a little faster than
You
normal.
can see his he's walking a bit faster. Might want to slow down a bit, because
I think fast works for him.
yeah.
From the looks of it.
Well, that's Akshay playing his second on number 18, the par 4 finishing hole.
Yeah, that's a good leave on this hole. Slightly long, right ahead of the flagstick.
Yeah, it's a pin which they've given 2 front pins to finish with, 17 and 18. They're basically better scoring opportunity. There's going to be more drama coming in on the last few holes. I can assure you that.
Absolutely. And from the way Om Prakash is playing it, it'll be fun.
Yeah, that's
Kevin also comes up with a very good shot.
Yeah. So he wants to finish on a high. He's had not a day you want to remember.
As it stands, unfortunately, Karan has missed his par attempt on hole number 15th and is 1 shot back from where he was at 10 under par and is in tied lead with Om Prakash, which can soon change as Om Prakash has a very simple putt coming up.
Yeah, but Karan does have the par 5 16th to contend with, so which is has yielded quite a few birdies today. So yeah, that was unfortunate. That was we almost gave it to him, because the way he's been putting. But that Kapil Kumar putt had an impact on that putt. On the result of that putt, sorry. Dharma for his birdie on number 17, up the hill. Abhinav coming in quickly to see what that ball does, so he has a better read on his.
As it was appearing before the beginning of round, 4 of the penultimate round, with the leaders coming up in round 4 of Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2023, hosted by Chandigarh Club. It is becoming more and more exciting towards the end half of it. Not just because the scoring is low, but it's punched up very tight.
Yeah, Arjun has just birdied 16 to move to 8 under as well. So Arjun and Kapil at the heels of Om Prakash and Karan. Om Prakash and Karan at 9, Arjun and Kapil at 8, and then we have Jairaj at 7. Well, stranger things have happened. Jairaj can finish with a flurry, then he might have a chance. Abhinav upset with himself there.
Luhan fuming out a little bit on
maybe
not
he just
getting the desired result.
Yeah, he didn't, maybe
Maybe
made a
he had the correct line, and
Yeah.
the correction from the caddy did not give the desired result of what was intended. Yeah, because it looks like he's started the ball on line but that line was not correct. Like, golf can be a little bit gruesome and troubling.
No, he
At times.
just changed his decision after Dharma's putt, and it was so
Yeah, it was
seems
more
as
observational,
like the wrong decision there.
It was more observational
As far
and
as
not
the
reliant
line
on what
is
he
concerned.
wanted to do. All right, that's a very important part coming
Yeah.
up. Wow, line did not agree with what Hopi had.
So we've seen a
planned.
lot of misreading on number 17. It's a easy hole, but the screen has its way right now. So you see he's under borrowed it. He's missed it on the lower side.
Yeah, this makes things a little
Yeah.
interesting even further up.
Akshay for birdie on number 18. We've seen this move drastically from left to right.
He had the line, but I guess just a little bit of gas, and he would have got the desired result.
Yeah, but speed is imperative for good putting.
Yeah, Akshay doesn't seem to be happy with the round he's posted, and understandably slow. So because he has one over here and would have given himself a better prospect. But as in life, such as the case in golf, we not end up having or getting what we want. The important part is to get back on the horse and never say quit attitude.
Well, yeah, he's 2 over today. Still in red figures for the tournament though. Kevin tidying up. He's let's see if he can make this, and lunch would be better. But
Yeah,
that's the summary of his day so far.
he got a very good read from Akshay's putt. Unfortunately, the ball didn't seem to find the bottom of the hole. I mean, the subtle breaks are playing part in foxing the players.
Well, Jamal has lost a bit of ground. He's back at 7 under. He finds himself 2 shots off the lead. The lead presently with Om Prakash Chauhan and Karan Pratap. And Angad cleaning up on number 18. Not the day he would have desired. 3 over today. And that was a horseshoe.
That was a very big.
Yeah, he just wants to get out of here. You can see in his body language he's extremely frustrated and
Rightly so,
agitated.
because he found so much of the hole, but the ball just didn't stay in. I guess he gassed it a little more than he would have liked. You just saw the nice gesture of the players exchanging acknowledgements of how the round has gone, congratulating and letting the other person know about
That was
a
always
good
left.
job, what he's done. Yeah, that
Yeah.
ball had a little dive,
No,
which through the.
I think the balls, there was a little bit of right to left on that part, and that one started dead straight. So probably misread it a bit.
Yeah, this is quite possible. So as the leaderboard stands with just 3 holes to go, Om Prakash is at 9, and so is Karan, and Arjun Sharma seems to have found his way
Yeah,
to
let's
9 under par. He must have birdied the 16th hole to do that.
just get a confirmation on that.
Yeah, Kapil
viewers.
is at 8 under par, Jairaj and Samal
Arjun
are
is,
at
there's
7.
a correction there. Arjun's at 8. He's birdied 16, but that takes him to 8 under for the tournament, 1 under for today. Karan and Om Prakash are at 9. Kapil and Arjun are at 8.
Yeah. I'm sure the galleries following the leaders would be as excited and thrilled with the beautiful golf which they are seeing from Karan, Om Prakash, Arjun, Kapil, Jairaj. A little misfortune for Zamal though, but rest of them are low in
He's
their
just
rounds,
2
and
shots back, Aditya.
it's absolutely
You
true.
know, it's birdie will get him.
Yeah, that is
10
a
under, 10
realistically
under
possible.
is a good score. I can say 10 under has a realistic chance of winning this tournament.
Anybody who marks in 10 under par, I think, I'm not thinking actually, I'm pretty certain will get the job done. And as of right now, we have 6 players who can actually do that in a heartbeat, because
Yeah.
they have a par 5 and
a short
a
par
short
4.
par 4 coming up. And with the magnanimous Mr. Tournament Director Sampachari, 18th is also not that difficult, with the flagstick being on the front half of the green. Leaves you with a shorter club, and there is lesser undulations compared to the traditional Sunday flag which we've been used to seeing
And the
week in,
the
week
wind
out
is
on tournaments
really
over here.
down today. It's, there's little to no wind, so not a big factor as far as deciding the right club on your approach shots. And Om seems to have found the fairway on number 18. He's striding towards his ball with a purpose. Unfortunate miss on the last hole. That was really close. And stage is set for a showdown.
Yeah. So as what has been seen more often than not on Chandigarh Golf Course, it's as it stands to have the history of maximum number of playoff happened on this track, which is 6, more than any other venue. We could possibly run into that scenario as well. As it stands, that is the scenario right now.
Yeah. We might have a late lunch today.
Yeah, by the time we get to lunch, it will be something else, not lunch.
Yeah. Well, that's Jairaj on number 18. Seems to be all right, actually.
Although I was very appreciative of the free lunch which was provided to me by my fellow commentator. Not only was it free, the selection was excellent.
Jairaj sizing up what he has left on number 18. Not sure if it's his second or third shot. Is this number 18 or number 17?
This is definitely number 17.
Yeah, because I saw
because
Om
he's with
Prakash,
Dharma
yeah.
and he is playing with him.
No, Dharma is playing 18. Dharma is playing 18 along with Om Prakash. I think, and Abhinav is the third person. Yeah, that's Jairaj playing 17. He's,
That's
he's
Jairaj
hit it
playing,
through the
so it's
fairway
my
and
bad.
is coming from the left side, that front pin position. Yeah, it's going to be a tight shot from where he is. He's got to be very precise with where he lands it, because a little much would have him go to the other side of the green. Well, Dharma finding the back of the green on number 18.
I think they've
Playing
done
cautious. Yeah, might
more
have
than
been
playing
between
caution. I think
clubs.
they've taken a slightly extra club.
Yeah, and Abhinav just overcooking that a bit with the draw.
Yeah, but he has a relatively easier chip coming in, because not only the slope but the lie also promotes the ball to trickle towards the hole.
Yeah, it's chipping it pretty much into the grain as well. Just he seemed to have pulled it a bit. Normally he likes to start it off a bit more to the right. Yeah, Om has found his, not sure where his ball is, but looks to be in an okay spot. Hasn't hit the fairway.
It'll be interesting to see where Om has hit it, because as soon as Om is wrapped up, the reflection will look very clear for how aggressive does Karn have to play that hole, depending on what Karn does on the 17th. It seems to be Om is in a slight spot of bother.
Yeah, but he's got a clear shot though. As long as he has a clear swing, he's fine.
Yeah, as long as those trees are not interfering, he should be okay.
Yeah, no, it's fine. He just has to hit a little small draw around that tree a bit.
Yeah, I guess he has to avoid that tree on his left.
And just make sure that he doesn't overhit it, because now he's almost going towards the water hazard.
I'm sure he'll tackle that part out, but yes, it
Getting
is
the
a realistic threat.
Getting the right amount of steam on it is the call of the hour right now.
Yeah. Seems to have lofted it a bit.
Yeah, he's played it brilliantly. You know, you can't err it by hitting it too hard from there.
Yeah, Om Prakash has done a tremendous job with it.
He's not going to win it by,
Yeah,
he can lose it by hitting in the water.
From that spot, what he can do is come close to the green and give himself a birdie opportunity, either be chip it or long range putt. But he's done the smarter thing.
Yeah, Jairaj playing it brilliantly on number 17. That's excellent. That was really not an easy goal.
Yeah, acknowledged by his playing partner. Harinder shows the difficulty level and how well he's executed that.
Yeah, I think Om played it really smart. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's hit it exactly where he can be aggressive with his chip, and he's backing himself on his short game.
That was online, but the poro on the greens did not let it advance forward.
Well, that was Arjun playing his second on number 17. He finds himself one shot back right now at 8 under. Harinder with his birdie attempt on number 17 here. Harinder's not had the best of days. He's 1 over today and 6 under for the tournament, in tied 7th position with Dharma, who's playing the 18th in front of him. Marimathu has the clubhouse lead at 5 under right now, in 9th position. Arjun sizing up his birdie attempt, which has a lot of importance with the result of this tournament. He's at 8 under. A birdie here would tie him for the lead. Been a little heavy-handed with that chip. Came out a bit hot from the club face. Well, our co-leader Karan has just birdied part 16, sorry. So he remains at 9 under. So the lead is still 9 under after Karan has finished 16, and Kapil also has part 16, so he's still at 8 under. Dharma sizing up his, he's got a 50-60 footer coming in for birdie on number 18. 2-putt would be a very good result from there. Downhill, left to right. Arjun has just birdied 17. He's hold that 10-15 footer, and which has moved him into a tie for the lead at 9 under. So we have a three-way tie on top with Om Prakash, Arjun, and Karan.
Yeah, Arjun 2 under par for the round has managed to secure top position with 1 hole to go. Very impressive place to be with 1 hole to go. Be very, very interesting what Karan does with the remainder of 2 holes. Does he let the guard down or steams ahead and makes it a clear win for himself?
Our co-tournament leader, joint leader, Arjun, on tee at number 18. It's a dogleg left to right. Here we're showing you the 50-footer that Dharma had to contend with on number 18. Really good attempt. Lags it to a 1.5 feet, which is brilliant from there. Arjun with his tee shot on number 18.
Yeah, it's a demanding tee shot, requires a ball flight which moves left to right.
Yeah,
Don't be baffled by what has happened with the club, because if that ball's moved a little left to right, you still might be okay. Yeah, that ball is fine. I guess he got a signal from up front that the ball's fine.
Yeah, you know, Arjun moves it right to left, and this demands a fade. So it's not doesn't suit his ball flight.
Absolutely.
That much. So it's pretty. I think he got a bit stuck inside and pushed it out a bit.
Yeah, it's very easy for any golfer to, when they have to move the ball flight differently from their natural tendency. Whereas Jairaj, it should be a normal stock ball flight. I won't be surprised if he pounds it way past everybody on this hole.
Yeah, he's
seems to have flared it
a bit
towards the left. Maybe Om Prakash territory, I think.
Probably, yeah. Harinder, third member on this trio. Harinder loves to move it left to right, so this is like a stock shot for him. He's played this hole a million times, as you said earlier. Golf course, sorry.
It should be a no-brainer for him. Yeah, it seems to have done exactly what we were discussing.
Knee knocker for Dharma, cleans up. And par putt coming up for Om to remain at 9 under.
Yes, interesting times in front of us. There's a very important putt coming up for Om Prakash. If he sinks this, he would have set the clubhouse lead at 9 under par.
Everybody has their ritual, and he has this flick of his right wrist he does as he moves into the ball. Yeah, solid.
Nicely done.
No glitches there.
Nicely done.
Good solid round.
Good solid round of 4 under par by Om Prakash on the final round.
Lowest round today, along with Sanit Bishnoi. So Om finishes at 9. He has a clubhouse lead. He's tied in first position with Arjun and Karan. Karan has the short 16th left, and he's found the fairway, which is something which
Karan,
makes
if that's
birdie very gettable.
Yeah, if that's Karan's ball, he's put himself in a very, very good spot.
But Om Prakash had the same shot.
Om
A
Prakash
few
had the
minutes-
same shot,
a
but
few minutes ago, you know, remember, and he missed that small putt.
Om Prakash did hit the shot very nicely.
Yeah.
It was the putt which didn't seem to have agreed with the line which he saw, but the execution of the Om Prakash, the shot was very good. I think he put it inside 4-5 feet.
Yeah, Jamal is he made a birdie on 16, so he's at 8 under. He's not out of it yet.
Of course, he's not out of it, and we can see it on the screens. He's in the middle of the fairway.
Couple has found the rough on 17, so he's
sizing up the yardage which he
yeah,
wants
he's-
to drop it and let it release. From what we've seen, the fringe and the apron on this hole has not been kind to players. I guess the grain must be facing towards them, which is stopping the ball faster than they think.
not just that, they're hitting these shots, and there's a little bit of elevation before the green, but the pin is just on, so they can't fly it on.
Agreed.
And once they can't fly it on, they have to contend with the uneven bounce of the fairway, which is playing up right now. So, you know, a little bit of hidden hope when you land it off the green. The green is the most consistent surface on the golf course, and the apron is not.
That is true. And
so
Arjun
has
has
gotten away with murder there. He had lost it.
He's still yet to get away with that because he still has to
And I
put
think
this on the
he's-
dance floor.
He might be on the fairway from the looks of things.
Nah, I don't think he's in the fairway because his bag is pretty much deep inside the thick stuff.
No, he stood right at the edge, which indicated
I was
that
trying to get a better visual of the hole.
Arjun
Harinder on
doing
the
a little bit of
yeah.
manicuring work for his
You got to be very
shot.
careful because he's got a Hawkeye behind him, the referee. Not that he would do it
Harinder
intentionally,
is,
but
yeah.
you're going to be really careful with those delicate petals or rocks, whatever they are, next to the ball.
Harinder has no integrity issues. He's a very he's a pleasure to play with also.
Of course, that it is. There is no debating that.
You can see
Zamal, even
using-
after his antics of what he's done, has ended the ball at a very close distance to the hole.
Yeah, and
with the club
after
leaving the
birdie
hand and
16,
he
he's
moving
got
away.
a little bit of momentum on his side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's moving in the right direction.
Puts the ball in Karan's court now. And I still think Karan, with the way things are right now, Karan has has a very realistic chance
Yeah,
of
Karan,
making birdie.
from the
and-
looks of
yeah.
it, is looking to bump it run with the pitching wedge, I guess.
Yeah, and if he makes birdie here and finishes at 10,
And he's done a brilliant
yeah,
chip.
I think 10 is the number.
Yeah, 10 is what we were also thinking and predicting, and looks like Karan will get there within a heartbeat. After that,
Yeah.
beautiful
Arjun hoisting it high up, carrying the water, finding the surface.
that must
well
have
done.
looked very,
Yeah.
very nerve-wracking when it's mid-flight because that ball was not high enough but was flaring towards the water.
I think he got enough. He knew he had enough bat on ball there. Yeah, he's given himself a look at birdie.
Yeah, from that, after that tee shot, he would be very happy of where the ball has ended up after two shots. That's a possibility of birdie. And he is a very good putter. It's just a matter of holding them. Unfortunately, the ball has not found it in the bottom of the hole as many times as he would have liked, but he has that
Couple
shot.
look to have been in trouble, so he's chipped it to the front. This is his third shot. Okay.
Yeah, that's his third shot, and he's done a very good bump and run.
Yeah, Karan I'm sure has learned from his Noida experience and will hold his nerves.
From what he's been showcasing, it looks like not only he's learned, but he's also put it to good use.
Yeah, he played solid last week.
Here's another look at what Karan elected to do. Like, it looks like a wedge where
Yeah.
or the total intended purpose is it of
Not a
to,
very lofted wedge, though.
yeah,
Yeah.
to let the ball release once it drops.
Yeah.
A very percentage play when the flag is front up.
And well executed also.
Yeah, taking the heroics out, and
Well, if Jamal has to give himself any chance of winning,
this
he
has
needs
to
hold
find
this,
the
yeah.
hole. I won't be surprised if it does. He looks a little pepped up, like he was before the unfortunate 8, 9, and 10 struck him.
Yeah, he's steadied his ship since then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure you get to the bottom of the cup once you hit the flag.
Yeah, and with the new rules, you can leave the flag stick in, and
Yeah.
even if the ball is half out, in straightening out the flag, you have
So
done
then
nothing wrong.
That takes Jamal to 9 under.
Yeah.
He's tied presently with Karan and OP and Arjun, a 4-way tie, but things are going to change once Karan hits his putt.
Absolutely. We have a 3-way tie at 9 under par for the moment. Om Prakash, Arjun Sharma, and Karan Pratap. That could change very soon.
Couple lingering back at 8 under. He's got 18. He's going to stay aggressive through it. A beautiful Chandigarh Golf clubhouse. I've seen it, get better and better with time. It's the membership of the Chandigarh Golf Course are very proud of their club, and they have steadily improved it over the years.
Yes, it's a very well facilitated club. It's got a very functional size gym, indoors pool, very nice restaurant.
Yeah, good facilities. Current for birdie on number 17. This will take him to 10.
Yeah.
And in outright lead. Wonder what his heart rate is right now.
Dead still.
Yeah, that's
bottom
awesome.
of the hole.
That's
It was,
what you need,
it was
young man.
longer than
This
what
is
we
what
thought.
You need. Yeah, steady nerves.
Steady nerves,
And
great
that's-
execution.
Takes Current to 10 in outright.
Yes,
First
he seems to have
lead.
broken the logjam at 9 under par and put himself back at 10.
Harinder for his birdie on number 18.
Wow, narrowly misses out.
That's one situation you can use the pin to, that would have, if it hit the pin, would have gone in.
Could have gone in and
But if the pin was out, it wouldn't have gone in.
that is true.
Well, Karan uses the unorthodox claw grip for his putting, but more than anything, it was first used by Chris DiMarco. First person to use it on tour was Chris DiMarco, I remember, and it has since had a lot of versions to it.
Yeah,
But
different
more
claws
than
coming
anything, I
up.
think Karan is the rhythm and the tempo to his stroke has not changed in the last since Noida. Actually, I was commentating last week at Noida, and it was smooth then. It's still smooth. So I think more than anything, it's his rhythm and tempo which is immaculate.
Absolutely. There are different versions of the claw where people use it to not just only steady the hand, but also for some people who are stronger on the right hand to kill out that strength on it. Here we have Jamal on the final
a
hole.
3 to take this into extra time.
Yes, and he
But actually, you never know with what Karan does, but it looks
seems
like
to
it.
have moved it left to right enough. He's looking for some kind of reaction from the gallery. Yeah, and
you can't actually see the ball land on the fairway.
of course, there's a very massive eucalyptus tree which overhangs and cuts pretty much 70% of the fairway aerially.
Yeah.
Forces the players to move the ball tremendously left to right.
This will show us how he can handle his nerves.
It looks like a good tempo. He's rehearsing it
Yeah.
the standard
Arjun
ways
has a
he's been doing.
chance to tie Karan with this putt. He started it online.
Come on, he
Aditya.
needs a little more gas. Arjun.
Yeah. Just give it a little
Yeah.
too much respect. Speed.
He himself is also thinking that. There you have the leader on the final hole, the all-important tee shot.
And he's gone after this.
And he seems
Yeah,
to have liked
and
it.
he's striped it. You know,
Yeah.
he squeezed it out. He's faded this for sure. You could see it from his, his
The speed
hands
that he
exiting
moved
low.
at,
His
yeah.
hands exited low. That's paramount for you to fade it.
The way he swung, the speed he swung that it is, should leave him with a mere wedge into it.
Yeah, it's just catch me if you can as far as the others are concerned. Couple needs to put this in the fairway, give himself a chance. Well,
Kapil also seems to have found the fairway.
He gave it everything he had.
Yeah.
And more.
There is a sign of relief from Karn. I see him smiling for the first time in the day today.
Oh,
that's a little unfortunate for Jairaj to miss out on that part. That's a very important part coming up for Arjun also to stay tied second. Not only monetary wise, but second position also holds up reasonable and serious amount of world ranking points.
Yeah, Harinder tidying up first. Yeah, seeing a ball go in the hole like this, just makes that putt for Arjun a bit easier.
Of course it does.
It's good to see, your fellow competitors, holding something of similar distance you have. And you can see Mithun Pereira in the background. I've never seen somebody more accurate with the wedge than he was.
Yeah, so I have heard stories. Once I met him at Royal Colombo, he was giving his mindful to Mithun to spend more time with his wedges. Not that Mithun is any bad, he's also tremendously good with his wedges.
Yeah. Well, par putt coming up for Arjun, just to keep him at 9 and share the clubhouse lead with OP. I would give it right edge. What do you say, Aditya? Right in, right edge? Depends
From
on
where Arjun is coming in, I think it's center left, if I'm not wrong.
No. It's
you see Arjun's feet a little higher? I think that ball's going to move.
Watch this.
Away from him. Let's see who gets it right.
You can see it moving right to left.
It was a straight putt, let's call it that.
It moved right to left. Because the green
that's a sign of
it's
a sign of relief for
back. That's well played, Arjun.
He's mounted another second place finish for himself, as he did in Coimbatore last year.
Yeah.
Not the result he would have been looking for, but nonetheless, it's a very big step forward in his career.
He had this one tracking though. He just lacked a bit of steam. He gave it a little the slope and the green a little too much respect. But if this had another couple of feet in it, it would have found the hole.
Yeah, I see the expression of him tapping his cap, also telling himself that should have hit a little bit more. There's the gallery trying to enjoy what's happening. Sizable gallery over there. And our esteemed colleagues, the cameramen, giving us live coverage of what we are viewing right now. It's all thanks to them.
It's a very nice finishing hole. It makes for great viewership. There's almost like a stadium effect at the back. There's a slope at the back of the green. You can all sit down and you can have a nice bird's eye view of what's coming up as far as the second shots are going. And today with the pin in front, we'll have a little better view because when the pin at the back, it's almost falling at your feet. So Karan, not sure whether he's found the fairway, but it looked like he did.
From the smile which he was giving while he was walking down the fairway,
out of the rough on the right has hit it to the front of the green.
Yeah, it's still running up. A little shorter than he would have liked, but not easy to. Yeah, I think he clipped the trees over there. Definitely would have clipped the trees because he's got something like a hybrid or a 3-wood in his
Yeah.
hand. He's done very well from there to put it there. Pretty much where Yuvraj was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But Yuvraj managed to land it on the green.
Yeah.
Land, so my bad, not
No, but
landed, but
Yuvraj
ended up
had
on the
no
green.
tree trouble in front of him. He had a clear shot. Zamal was in the trees actually. He had to start it left for sure. Couple from the fairway.
Looking to attack on the hole.
Yeah, and he's
hit a very good shot.
Probably the closest we've seen in a while. And Karan is position A1.
I think
for him,
Kevin had hit it really close also on that hole. But Kapil lofting it in line of the flag and spinning it back gives him a very realistic putt towards birdie.
Yeah, and that will make that log.
And as we can
bigger
see,
at
Karan
the
has striped it in the right half of the fairway, long way down. Won't be more than a sandwich flip for him. I won't be surprised if he knocks it at the flag.
Yeah, he
He doesn't need to, but he could.
yeah, this is a routine wedge shot for him. It's just some bread and butter as far as he's concerned.
I won't be surprised if he targets the ball where Kapil's ball has ended and leaves it over there.
Still,
The
going
sole
through his-
purpose of my saying that is that he proves me wrong and stiffs it.
I'm looking at 5-6 feet left, pin high. That will be perfect place to place it. Give yourself
It's a
uphill
little
putt.
left of where he would have liked it to be.
One has made life interesting for us.
Yeah, I think
Might have been
overcooked
between
it.
clubs.
Yeah, overcooked it a
Aditya.
little bit.
Yeah. Got a little stuck in it. Get the toe come over. You can see the ball drawing excessively.
Yeah, could have used a favorable bounce, but nonetheless, it's a very simple.
Well, the slope is right to left.
Yeah.
It will kick left.
You never know.
Right, sorry. Yeah.
You never know. Golfing God smiling at you at times. This must the Arjun and Om Prakash would be following this very, very closely.
And Jamal is saying, okay, if I can hold this, I have a chance. Kapil is thinking,
Zamal
if
is
I can hold this,
I have a chance.
yeah.
So we are looking at a certain realistic,
Like a 4-5
not
man
realistic,
playoff.
but a possibility
Yeah.
of
Worst
a
case
5-man
scenario
playoff.
for Karan, it's a 5-man playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. These three and Om Prakash and Arjun.
I wonder who the gallery is rooting for over
Yeah.
there, because it's got a lot of players interested in.
Well, the interests of the local people would have are
Well, unfortunately,
local
none
players
of the
are not in
local
the fray
players are
right
in the
now,
fray.
yeah. So the interest level, as far as the locals are, is not.
Yeah.
But I would say
Possibly
the
with
youngsters must be rooting for Karan. Him being they can relate to Karan better.
Of course, they can relate to
Yeah.
Karan way better because Karan's been holding the lead now for the majority half of this round. Breathe, young man, breathe. Have some water. Do whatever you feel like.
Looked like he was drinking some water.
I think it looked like he was puffing out some steam.
Yes. Yeah. It looked like his mouth is full of water though.
Yeah.
This needs to go in if he wants any chance of winning. Gave it a good shot though.
He's given it a realistic try. Now finds himself a little further away than he would have liked, but he had to give it a try.
Yeah, he couldn't have left his shot.
Yeah, he couldn't have left a shot. He gave it a realistic try, but sometimes trials and tribulations don't result into the desired result. Nonetheless, Zamal has
He's shown us a lot of character.
a lot of grit
Won a
and
smile throughout
yes.
everything.
And he was the first man up at 11 and 10 under par, so he's pretty much paved the way for rest of them to understand where they need to be. That's some stellar golf from him. Rather unfortunate.
You can from this angle you can see what Karan has left himself with. It's a downhill left to right chip. Lie seems to be perfect.
Yeah, my prediction is inside 3 feet. I've seen him hit a lot of good chip shots over the span of time, and looks like he's doing well with the club selection also. It's execution time, crucial moment in the round.
Looks to have come out a bit high and jumpy, but yeah, it's all in all, I would give it at least 8. He's left himself a very easy putt.
He's left himself an easy
Probably
putt.
the easiest putt you
He's
can
found
leave yourself on
himself.
that
Yeah,
green. If I want a 3 foot of a par on 18, this is the putt I want.
he has left himself on for a simpler uphill putt on this green. The distance was right. Just the borrow could have been a little bit better, but at the juncture where he's standing, not only does the importance of hitting it close vary, but also nerves and mindset, because this is the first time he's going to break through into the winner circle from the looks of it, and a lot of things are creeping into your mind. You just need to calm down and think of the process which has led you to reach that stage, and execution should follow.
Well, Jamal is going to give a really good read to Kapil. Kapil's got a similar length birdie putt coming up. This is an expensive putt as far as Jamal's prize money, and basically professional golfers do play for prize money. And this will it's going to have an impact. So he knows the importance of this putt. Looks like he's given enough borrow from the left. Yeah. Well, that is really unfortunate. He had read that.
Yeah, I guess
Well,
the steam part didn't let
he
it fall.
gave it exactly the right speed. Also, it's you can't leave it short from there.
Of course, you
yeah,
can't
but
leave it
it's
short.
just one of those putts that didn't want to go in. You can
Yeah,
see
that
he's-
happens in every golfer's
it's
life.
Tracking all the way, just a little.
Yeah, just maybe a foot or foot and a half past the hole. It's a very good putt.
So Kapil is got a good read from that.
Couple would have kept a hawk's eye view on what that ball exactly did, because this is also a very crucial putt.
Well, this will take him to
10 under par and tie with Karan. Oh, sorry, yeah, he's at 8 under par. He'll take him to 9 under par.
tied for second with Om Prakash and Arjun.
Looks like
Jamal
he's
has dropped out of that tie after breaking
yes,
bogey.
Zamal has. Looks like he's taken the break into account. Now it's just about the distance control.
Under borrowed it.
Under borrowed it.
Yeah, probably. He rethought his line after
What we saw from Zamal.
Jamal. Yeah.
Well, it's down to this young man and the few inches in front of him.
Yeah. Well, he's held his nerve very well. He made the crucial birdie on 17 when he needed to.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
taken all the right steps. It's just a matter of closing it out now.
Nervous second shot, but a really good chip.
Yeah, another second shot and an excellent chip. And there you have it.
Yeah.
The young man has learned
With his maiden
A
victory,
few
Karan
things.
Pratap has.
from last week.
Yeah, he's learned from last week.
And there's the
And he's-
customary cooling off
he's
procedure
come up
for
on
the
top.
player.
Yeah.
People acknowledging his
Probably I
feet.
won't enjoy that part of it that much though, the getting wet part. But
It's
customary.
it's not only customary, it is more of a ritual now which
Yeah.
people are following.
remember, yeah, Karan.
I wouldn't like that
No,
that
the
colored
soft
soda. The
drink,
water
yeah.
is okay. The colored soft drink I won't
Yeah,
like.
that's a bit mean. He's going to feel sticky all day, and he has to receive his trophy in that sticky, in those sticky clothes.
That's the
Yeah,
that's Ranjit Thank and
yeah, and
Amardeep Malik.
well
It's
played,
nice of
Karan. You
professional
showed a lot
golfers
of
too.
resilience and character over the last closing stretch.
Yeah.
Deserving champion.
Deserving champion and a big sign of relief from last week to close out in style.
Well, you can see a lot of youngsters here they've come to see the golf. They've come to learn from what they see, and this is really good as far as Indian golf is concerned. That you have so many youngsters now interested in the game and
Yeah,
playing the
this
game.
will definitely propel them towards enjoying the game and following suit in their star players enjoying, like for per se Karan, who's done a tremendous job, or Yuvraj, who's from here, and Angad, who's from here. The younger generation always looks to idolize the players in front of them, and the youngsters from Chandigarh are doing a very good job about it.
Yeah, Chandigarh has always been a breeding ground for.
I would really
top
like to, but
level
see, yeah, I would
professional
really like
golfers.
to see whose heartbeat is faster right now, Karan or his dad.
Championship 2023, presented by Chandigarh Golf Club. What a fascinating finish we've had today after we had several contenders in the fray, including Jamal Hussain, Kapil Kumar, Arjun Sharma and Karan Pratap Singh. Finally, we had the most deserving winner. Now, to begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, Colonel H.S. Chahal, President Chandigarh Golf Club, and Mr. K.S. Sibia, Captain Chandigarh Golf Club. I would now request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, a very good afternoon to you all. Yet again, a great finish. Last few weeks have been exciting with some nail-biting finish. Well, heartiest congratulations to Karan Pratap Singh. Well done, my friend. You were knocking. Unfortunately, lost out last week in the playoff, but, well, this week was a good one. And I'm sure this is a start to many, many more to come. Some great playing by the rest of the guys, from Zamal, from Kapil, from Om Prakash. I think some fantastic golf. Course has been in great shape. Playing a little tough though. I guess what I heard about the course was the roughs that are up. Well, I guess a worthy winner at the end of it. I'd like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club, the president, Mr. Chahal, Colonel Chahal, Captain Biru. There are a lot of other individuals I'd like to thank, the entire committee, comprising of Mohanbir, Secretary. I'd like to thank Gogi Sandhu, Brigadier Mundi, for their efforts and their coordination in making this event a success. It takes a lot for everyone to work behind the scenes to make this happen. It's not just the on-course thing that you see or which is visible. There are some other individuals I'd like to thank who were in charge of the FNB, Aman, Fateh, Colonel Jol. He's also been very instrumental in putting things in place, fireworks which are happening, certain dousing of fires, of course. The entire Greens Committee, comprising of my dear friend Amritinder, great job done, my friend. Course was in immaculate shape. I think this has been verified and by all the professionals. They actually enjoyed playing the golf course. The greens were in great shape, rolling really well. The fairways sitting up, fantastic. Kudos to you and your entire team, my friend. Well, I'll keep it short now. Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you all again sometime in November. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Colonel H.S. Chahal, President Chandigarh Golf Club, to kindly share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure to welcome PGTI and host them because they bring the best of players to the town. And it's a lot of encouragement for our youngsters to see them, see these people play, and what a tournament it's been. Congratulations to all the players, and especially to Karan and Om Prakash and the rest of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin the prize presentation, there's a special mention of a hole-in-one by Sachin Besoya. On the 8th hole in round 1, he will receive rupees 20,000 from the PGTI for his effort. I'd now request Mr. K.S. Sibia to give away the prize to the joint runners-up, Om Prakash Chauhan of Mau and Arjun Sharma of Greater Noida, with scores of 9 under, 279. Om Prakash short scores of 72, 70, 68 and 70, while Arjun short scores of 71, 68, 70 and 70. Both very much in contention till the very end. Both receive prize money checks worth rupees 7,99,900 each. Congratulations to both the joint runners-up. I now request Colonel H.S. Chahal, President Chandigarh Golf Club, to give away the championship trophy and the check to the winner, Karan Pratap Singh of Faridabad, winning his maiden title with scores of 70, 70, 68 and 70 for a total of 10 under, 278. He was the runner-up at Noida next week. He's having a fantastic season so far. and now the champion this week. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 15 lakh. It's now time for the customary winner's speech.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Finally got the job done, and really want to thank my parents for all the efforts they have put in. All the hard work has paid off, and I would also like to thank my friends for all their support. And I would also like to thank Chandigarh Golf Club. The course was in great condition. It always plays really pure, and I would also like to thank Tata Steel, all other tour partners of PGTI for their support and making the tour bigger. Thank you, thanks a lot, and thank you for everyone coming out here today. It was really great in playing in front of you. Thank you so much.
There's one individual I forgot to thank, Chitwan, wherever you are, my friend. Thank you very much. I know I troubled you a lot with regard to the clinic and the logistics, but thank you. Thanks a lot.
Finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank Mr. Mohanbir Singh for all his support, the Chandigarh Golf Club, members of the club, members of the committee, Mr. K.S. Sibia and his team for the golf course, Brigadier Mandi and his F&B team for all their support, the F&B team, all players, referees and officials, the President, Colonel Chahal, and of course to our partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, and Golf Plus Monthly. Thank you, and see you all later in the year.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.